name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. If you'd like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants have 1.5 minutes to speak. Tonight's council meeting will be followed by a study session, specifically for the purpose of discussing proposed amendments to the code regarding firearms. No decisions will be made at that study session. Per council's regular practice, there won't be public comment at the study session. So if you have comments related to the study session firearms discussion, you can make those comments during our general public comment during this meeting. And I'll make sure everybody knows that. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. The city council regular meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson.
Here.
Cohen.
Here.
Hinkle.
Here.
Jezierski.
Here.
Leslie. Lynn.
He should be virtual. He's not on. Okay, sorry.
He's not going to call in tonight.
Okay, scratch that then.
Lim.
Here.
Lindstedt.
Here.
Marshallshin.
Here.
Schaff.
Here.
Ward.
Here.
Thank you. A quorum is present. So I've been informed that Councilmember Leslie won't be joining us virtually this evening. So we don't have to use the roll call vote unless it's not unanimous, correct? Okay. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If council members are given an opportunity to speak for a second time, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. And we'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for a meeting. Before I ask council for comments and questions, City Manager Hoffman has an update. Ms. Hoffman?
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, council and community. The Section 18s for this evening, items submitted by Bruce Leslie. Both of those items he's requested to be removed.
Thank you so much for the update. Does any member of council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, this agenda is approved. The first item this evening under petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring November 26, 2022 as Small Business Saturday in Broomfield. Will Mr. Schreier, please tell me how to say your name, Jeff, Mr. Monticelli, and any other staff here to accept the proclamation, please come and meet Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski at the podium. Schreier, thank you. Will the representatives please introduce themselves? Mr. Schreier.
I'm Jeff Schreier, the Business Development Lead with City and County of Broomfield.
I'm Pat Monticelli, the President and CEO of the Broomfield Chamber of Commerce.
I'm Nina Sloan, the owner of Rocky Mountain Sports Club and the Executive Director of Rocky Mountain Martial Arts Front Range.
This proclamation recognizes that Broomfield's economy and prosperity are highly dependent on Broomfield's small businesses. We want to continue to support this partnership with these businesses as their success allows for success in our community. We encourage all residents to support our local small businesses. Therefore, as mayor, I hereby declare and proclaim November 26th, 2022 as Small Business Saturday in Broomfield and invite all residents to use this day to support our local businesses throughout the community by shopping locally. Thank you all. And comments from the public are next. If there's anyone who'd like to comment on this item, feel free.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would you guys like to say anything? Come on.
Hi. As I mentioned, my name is Nina Sloan. I'm the owner of Rocky Mountain Sports Club and Executive Director of Rocky Mountain Martial Arts Front Range. We started our nonprofit here in Broomfield 4 years ago and just opened our doors as a small business as Rocky Mountain Sports Club on August 24th of this year. And I want all of you to know how amazing it has been to be a part of the Broomfield community. You as council members, mayor, the Broomfield Chamber of Commerce have been so welcoming, and I've been so taken back by how well businesses work together to want to see each other succeed. It's been such a positive environment. We are so grateful we chose to be here and are thankful for this. It really means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. We're glad you're here too. Mr. Monticelli?
I'll just step up to say that as from a Chamber of Commerce perspective, this is incredibly important to us. So thank you so much for this proclamation. About 70% of the Chamber of Commerce membership comes from what we would consider small and medium business, those with less than 50 employees. It really is the lifeblood of our business community. And this makes a big difference for the city and county of Broomfield to support something like Small Business Saturday. So thank you so much for this.
Oh, well, any comments or questions from council? Don't leave yet. Councilmember Henkel?
I don't have any questions. So you're off the hook on that part. No one likes to come up there and ask questions. I just wanted to thank you all for being here. The small business on a Saturday is, while it's very remarkable and once a year we have this, it should be small business every day. And you guys are just the lifeblood of what we do here in Broomfield. And I want to shout out Nina actually in their business. You guys were one of the first ones to really step up. And I'm going to cry again. You guys were really one of the first ones to step up for our refugees. And not only did you step up because we've had other businesses and kindly offer services, but you said we would love to meet them where they're at because you knew transportation was an issue for them. So that was really important to our families. And I look forward to one of our young kids who lost her father in the Kabul explosion working with you. So thank you.
Thank you, council member. Anyone else? Well, thank you all for joining us this evening, and we look forward to shopping locally. The second and final item this evening under petitions and communications is a proclamation declaring November 2022 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in Broomfield. Will Mr. Volling and any other staff here to accept the proclamation, please meet Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski at the podium. And welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself, Mr. Volling?
Yes. Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm Jason Volling, Director of Public Health, and I'll let our team members introduce themselves.
Good evening, Allison Long with Broomfield Public Health.
Good evening, Council. My name is Brian Hanoff, and I'm the Environmental Health Service Manager.
Good evening, Adrienne Hollins with Broomfield Public Health.
Thank you all for being here. This proclamation recognizes that lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death among men and women in the United States, as well as in Colorado. The leading cause of lung cancer is smoking and radon exposure, making lung cancer more preventable than other types of cancer. Broomfield is committed to promoting early detection through cancer screening, preventing tobacco use, and eliminating exposure to secondhand smoke and radon. Therefore, as mayor, and I hereby declare and proclaim November 2022 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in the city and county of Broomfield, and encourage our residents to take preventable steps to protect themselves and their loved ones. We'll now move to public comments on this item. Is there anyone who would like to speak? Please come up to the podium. Questions from council are next. Anyone on council? You're off the hook. Well, thank you for joining us this evening for this and the important services you guys provide to our community. We'll move to general public comment next. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items listed on this evening's agenda. So if you're here to comment on the firearm regulations, now would be the time. So please line up behind the podium. State your name and neighborhood for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
So, hello everyone. My name is Kevin LaRusso. I'm with Rocky Mountain Gun Owners. I actually live up in Fort Collins, but the reason I'm here tonight is because obviously to speak on the proposed or the soon to be proposed gun ordinances that will be discussed here by City Council in your ensuing study session. So the issue with it, obviously, we understand we want to keep our community safe. We want to take whatever measures will get us to that point of safety, but you will never be able to achieve at any point 100% safety. And in the pursuit of 100% safety, in the pursuit of eliminating all violence, right? Because that's really the goal, is to eliminate all violence. We just identify gun violence as one of the most prominent, should we say. We kind of forget that there's rights and everything attached to these decisions. And that Second Amendment right, the Second Amendment is not a secondary nor a tertiary right. It is a primary right. The Supreme Court has just reaffirmed that. I'm sure you are all well aware of the lawsuits that we currently have going on across the Front Range. This will not just go away just because Broomfield decided to add their name to the list later on. We are very much prepared to pursue all legal avenues of preventing any ordinances going in. And I just want to implore you guys to just look at the current landscape of Second Amendment litigation across the country right now. Basically, everything that is on the list is currently being litigated, if not in this district, in another district. I mean, heck, California is about to see their assault weapons ban go out the window. What do we think is going to happen in Colorado? These things aren't, the legal precedent is no longer on the side of gun control. It is on the side of the Second Amendment, and pursuing gun ordinances like banning people from holding or having guns under the age of 21. If we have to look at the text, history, and tradition, that one goes out the window in 1792 with the Militia Act, which says every person over the age of 18, every single man over 18, because they were gendered at the time, every man. So already you're running into the text, history, and tradition that's going to knock that one out. So pursuing these, we have the legal precedent on our side. I understand your guys' legal counsel is going to be free. You're going to be pro bono from Every Town for Gun Safety. Michael Bloomberg is going to write you guys, however many million dollar checks you guys need to get this through. You're on the hook for our legal fees if we choose to pursue it. And our legal fees are not cheap. That is frivolous wasting of taxpayer money, especially seeing as how most of the issues you guys are trying to pursue are currently being litigated across the country. I ask patience. Look, if these things get litigated and the courts decide to side with you guys, we really have no standing in that situation. But I ask that you guys be responsible with your taxpayers' money before pursuing a lot of these ordinances, because at the end of the day, most of it's being litigated already in other places. And we really, especially in times like right now, have to be as responsible as humanly possible with other people's money. And so just for your own taxpayers here, your own constituents, just be responsible and have a little bit of patience before deciding to pursue some of these. Thank you.
Good evening. Please pardon my head cold, negative antigen test for the public health folks, but please pardon if I cough. My name is Michael Martin. I'm an attorney, registration number 29515. In addition, I've been a resident of Broomfield since 2008. My family and I moved out to Colorado after my graduation from Harvard Law School in 1997. I'm here obviously speaking on the firearms regulations that you are proposing. In my 52 years on this earth, I've not even had a speeding ticket as an adult male. You propose to make me a criminal. I have served under the law with honor and decency and respect in honoring the Constitution that you intend to utilize to criminalize me. So kindly understand, I am taking this a wee bit personally. I do understand that you have an executive session this evening to discuss these issues with your county attorney. Unlike most citizens impacted by this legislation, do realize I have the training, the resources, and the intent to handle this matter in the courts. When you are discussing this issue, make certain to discuss the clear two-way constitutional jurisprudence, particularly over the past 20 years, dealing with these issues. Note and discuss the Obama and Biden appointed judges that have struck down what you people are proposing as blatantly unconstitutional. Discuss the legal and financial consequences to cities and to individuals who choose to knowingly violate the constitutional rights of their citizenry. As your county attorney, advised the Aurora Police Department during their egregiously abusive civil rights history over the past few years I should imagine your county attorney has about $15 million worth of education to share with you on what the financial costs are. Furthermore, talk about absolute immunity for government attorneys and talk about the fact that, rest assured, legislators do not have that. They can and have in the past been held personally financially liable when they infringe the rights of their citizenry. It is my sad duty to tell you, people voting for this could literally be betting their homes. I would advise, or at least suggest, that in addition to the counsel that you get from someone who will face no consequences for their advice, each of you seek personal, private counsel about the financial consequences of the decisions you are about to impose. Quite frankly, I have never thought I would see this, much less in the city and county government. I have consulted with my fellow classmates from Harvard, my colleagues over the years. They stand behind my analysis of that potential liability. It is not something I am looking forward to, and it is not something that I will enjoy. I have sat in your position in another town. I know it's a hard job. Remember your oath. Remember that you are attempting to take away the rights of a disabled man to defend himself and his family, and a man with the training, education, and intent to hold you personally accountable for that under the law. I have a suspicion that all of this will be ignored.
Mr. Martin, your time has expired. Can you please wrap up your comments?
Thank you. I have a suspicion that everything I have said will be ignored. Believe it or not, that hurts my heart. It hurts my heart that we've come to this point. Guns are not the problem. It is a fundamental disrespect for the Constitution and the men and women that benefit from those God-given rights. That is the problem. That breaks my heart. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Working.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dave Clemens. I'm a 12-year resident of Broomfield, and I have several questions about the recently modified draft ordinances and a few comments. Will the council entertain my questions? Is that a possibility?
Public comment is not the place where we do
Not for
question and
questioning?
answers.
Okay.
But council will take note of the questions and we will get answers in the study session. How about
Okay,
that?
great.
Okay.
In the previous proposed ordinances, section 3 contained provisions for registering so-called assault weapons with the Broomfield Police or Sheriff and to surrender or disable such weapons instead of passing them on to your heirs. I don't see that in the present draft ordinances. My question is, has that been removed and is there an intent to bring that back? Item 1, page 2 states that chapter 9-72 of the Broomfield Municipal Code makes it unlawful to possess a loaded firearm in a motor vehicle. But on page 12 of draft ordinance E regarding open carry, the fourth bullet item states that there shall be an exception for open carry in a private motor vehicle. This is an apparent contradiction, so I'd like that to be cleared up.
And it helps, Mr. Clemens, that you emailed these, so we have a written record too. So that's
Okay,
good.
so
Thank
you
for
did
that.
see the email?
Yes, it came in
Okay,
at
great.
5:05.
Great.
You
Then I'll
can-
just get to my comments.
Okay.
So regarding the so-called assault weapons ban, I'm of course opposed to this for the following reasons. As you heard, it violates our Second Amendment rights. Statistics show that the ratio of homicides attributed to assault weapons is about 0.1%. That's easily verifiable by searching around. Most mass shooters tend to be younger than 21. So therefore, if you do have a 21-year-old age limit, it may help mitigate these events. I oppose the previous draft ordinance F, which limited the non-Broomfield owned locations where people could legally carry concealed. This is my biggest sticky point, I think, of all the ordinances. I hope this ordinance is no longer under consideration. This proposed ordinance limits the locations that a person could carry concealed to so few places that it effectively makes concealed carry worthless. And you can't use it for self-defense. There's so many places you can't carry. And this proposal actually would make Broomfield a target of those who seek to inflict harm. We all know that by now that mass shooters have intentionally targeted soft targets such as gun-free zones. So formerly, I was an NRA member. I relinquished that membership a number of years ago because I thought they were too shrill, but now I'm going to have to reconsider and donate appropriately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Clemens.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is John Ewalt, and I live in the Pinnacle North subdivision. The issue I'm speaking on tonight is the proposed gun-related ordinances that will be discussed at the study session following this meeting. First, I must state my appreciation for the second study session being held tonight, and for those members of council and staff who have met with me and discussed the proposed ordinances and what better options may exist. I would also like to state my appreciation that the most objectionable ordinances have been tabled, and hopefully they will never be revived. With the improvements made, there have been several regressions, specifically in ordinances B and D, that are frankly very frustrating as they are not based on any apparent logical reasoning and not in line with any conversation I've had with any council member. Why were these changes introduced and who made the changes? For example, in Ordinance B, which regulates unserialized firearms, it now contains a statement including unfinished frames and receivers, which by every definition, including the ATF's own definition, are not firearms. I don't think Ordinance B will ever impact me as I do not intend to make my own firearms, but I have a major issue with language in an ordinance that has no logical reasoning or demonstrable value to Broomfield. Ordinance D now requires a 10-day waiting period plus proof of competency for any gun sale. This change significantly alters the intent of the ordinance and the reason council members have voiced support for it in the past. It is now clearly about making exercising one's Second Amendment rights as difficult as possible, and it will kill small businesses in Broomfield. Who asked for this change and why? In general, council owes their constituents an explanation of why they are pushing for this or any legislation, and council or staff must defend each ordinance being proposed as necessary and the best way to solve a problem that's been identified. So far, neither has occurred in a public forum, which is where this explanation and defense must occur. I am sorry that I will not be present for the study session this evening. I have a school band concert to attend, but I and the rest of Broomfield will be watching. I am hopeful that council will define what they are actually trying to solve with these ordinances, and council and staff will defend the need for each ordinance as being the best way to solve the problem. If the proposed ordinance is not the best solution, then the ordinance must be modified or tabled in hopes for a better solution. In recent ordinances about water and sewer rate increases, staff has been very clear and demonstrative that a rate increase was necessary. I don't think anyone wants to pay more, but it was clear from the information presented at council that a rate increase was necessary if we're to maintain our water system into the future. I'm only asking for the same effort and explanation be applied here to demonstrate that these ordinances are necessary and are specific to a problem that exists in Broomfield or may exist in the near future in Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Katie Hood, and I am in the 3rd Ward. I think it's called Lochmora neighborhood, maybe. Okay. As you are discussing gun control for Broomfield, you need to be aware that as my constitutional right guarantees me the freedom to bear arms, there is no need for this discussion or any further illegal town infringement of my citizens' rights. Please do not continue this divisive and unconstitutional action. If you are concerned about the safety and health of the Broomfield residents, may I suggest you turn your attention to upholding the laws currently in place and support the local law enforcement. As a Colorado native, I learned about gun safety from a course that was mandatory in the 7th grade in the public school I attended. Perhaps it's time to, again, educate our children and be tough on crime. This is the legal and appropriate area of concern for a town council and mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, how's it going? My name is Kyle Wester and I own Broomfield Pawn. I'm an FFL here in Broomfield. Okay. I would like to first quote Ms. Heidi Hinkle. In her quote this evening, "We are the lifeblood of Broomfield business." We are the lifeblood of business here in Broomfield. Excuse me, that's what you just said. This is emotional for me because we've been here for so long. Okay. Excuse me. My small business, Broomfield Pawn, is a federal firearms licensee. We have been operating in Broomfield for 19 years. Myself and my grandfather started this when I got out of high school. We are directly across the street here. We sell legal firearms to the people of Broomfield and beyond. We follow state and federal laws involving the possession and transfer of firearms. The impact of the 10-day waiting period and required training class on our business will be detrimental. Broomfield customers will just take their business elsewhere. Okay. Just a few miles away and not be impacted by Broomfield's 10-day waiting period or training classes. My business may not be able to survive because of this. We understand that it's council's intention to reduce retaliatory homicide and suicide by enacting the 10-day waiting period, cool-off period, and the training classes. But people that already have access to firearms have no need for cooling off. This law negatively affects law-abiding citizens of Broomfield, which are the majority. We pay our taxes, we follow the laws. Please do not invite unnecessary lawsuits to the city and county of Broomfield. We really hope that we can stay around here. This has been, we just follow the rules, guys. So we hope that we can, I don't know, that's all I gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Wester.
So my name is Vincent. I may be less educated than the rest of this room, but what you guys are doing, you should be ashamed of yourself. So the Second Amendment states that a well-regulated militia must be necessary to security of a free state and the right of the people to keep and bear arms. So you look at California, you look at New York and Chicago, all those gun restrictions that are going there, crime rates are skyrocketing. It's going to happen here if you guys keep pushing this agenda. So all I have to say is shame on you. So you guys should stop what you got to do. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Sorry, my name is Leslie O'Brien. I am a resident of Broomfield and my area code is 80023. I am a mom and a leader of Moms Demand Action for Gun Sense in America. I will say this, as I said it last time, Moms Demand Action is not here to take anyone's guns. We are not we are not anti-gun. We are not anti-Second Amendment. We are pro-responsible gun ownership. And with that being said, we fully support what council is doing with enacting a 10-day waiting period, a cooling off period, whatever you want to do. You may have buyer's remorse. That's fine. Maybe you don't want to end up going through the purchase. But I feel as if it's not going to necessarily harm your business. If anything, you can also incorporate the training into your business model if you do sell firearms and are doing it legally. Again, this isn't against people who are legally owning firearms. This is just making sure that everyone has the education, the knowledge, the training to have a lethal weapon in their possession. We require it, all of this and more for getting your driver's license. It's important to be trained, to know how to utilize things properly, to know the laws that can impact you as a responsible gun owner or a responsible driver. Right now, a lot of people are not aware of the extreme risk protection order that's in place here in Colorado, which is the red flag law that most people know it by. A lot of times people are not aware of the safe and secure storage that was passed. Domestic violence offenders are not allowed to, I believe, I don't want to misspeak, but domestic violence offenders are not allowed to obtain a firearm any longer if you've been charged with domestic violence. Excuse me, I'm getting off track. Basically, we have a lot of tools and resources in place to help law-abiding citizens be able to obtain firearms in a responsible manner. And I don't think that this is going against any Second Amendment rights. If anything, it's also strengthening and encouraging responsible gun ownership. The last thing I do want to add is that Megan Bigelow, who is the founder of Big Waves Foundation, if you're not familiar, she is the mother who was involved in the road rage incident going to the dentist quite a few years ago. Her oldest son, Vaughn, was shot and killed. And they have developed a foundation where they do provide free gun locks to people who are looking to securely store their firearms. They're willing to partner with the Broomfield Police to help. They're actually doing a lot of youth education and training. I know my time's up, but anyways, there are resources locally around to help our community be safer and protect the families and law-abiding citizens here in Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roxy Jewel Lacamora. I would like to remind you guys of the oath that you guys took when you took office. Just if you can, go back and look at that and see what you said, whether you can remember it now or not. Some of the things that has happened since that time has been extreme. So some things good, some things bad, but doesn't mean that you shouldn't be doing the right thing. So what I am saying doesn't have to do with everything else you've heard tonight. Some of it does. You won't know until you listen to yourself give the oath. The second thing was I'm sitting there watching as people come up to the podium and they talk to you, give you their thoughts, and the council doesn't pay attention to them. But the idea is talking amongst yourselves when somebody's at the podium. That was embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Jim Morrell. I live in Highland Park. I've been a Colorado native my whole life, born here. Broomfield resident for only the last 30 some years. What you're proposing can't work. Your criminals are not going to abide by these gun rules. I'm a gun owner. You're only affecting law-abiding citizens and turning us into criminals. The 10-day wait, I don't know all the details, but is my 25th gun more dangerous than my 24th? I don't know. If I have a 10-day wait and I'm going on a hunt trip and something breaks, I need to buy a new one, Broomfield's no longer an option. These laws make no sense. Law-abiding citizens are not your problem. Disarming me, turning me into a criminal because I have something that you're unfamiliar with does not help anyone. And that's all I really have to say.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to comment in person? Seeing none, we'll move to our online residents. We have 2 people waiting to comment on the phone. We'll start with Ryan. You have 3 minutes.
Hello there. My name is Ryan. I'm in the Broomfield Heights neighborhood. Been a resident here in Broomfield for over a decade. And just hearing everybody comment on this proposed legislation tonight, I'm actually pretty surprised at the level of opposition that's been happening. It really didn't occur to me until tonight. These proposed changes, if they're to take effect, are going to seriously put some animosity between your constituents and the city council, not to mention law enforcement, and that is not a desirable outcome at all. Also, the attorney that went earlier tonight mentioned the frivolousness of spending taxpayer money defending against lawsuits that the city is likely to lose. As someone who's certainly feeling the pinch of our current economic situation, both locally and nationally, wasting my tax dollars to defend these laws that are going to do nothing but hamper law-abiding citizens' ability to defend themselves really disgusts me. And every single one of these regulations, I believe, is just absolutely reprehensible. I've served my country in the armed forces for over a decade as well, and to see these things even being proposed, like I said before, is just absolutely reprehensible. Going back to what the attorney said, council may ignore our petitions and talk amongst themselves and not listen to what we have to say, and that may happen. I've seen it happen before. But the constituents will remember how you responded. And there's been more than one politician who has ignored the constituents' concerns for their rights and has ended up being out of power. So just something to keep in mind. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, we have Melissa. You have 3 minutes, Melissa.
Good evening, City Council. I have sent in my correspondence touching on my opposition to the specific amendments and why. But tonight I want to touch on the lack of legwork on how this will financially impact your community at a time when every penny matters to each and every one of us across every single ward in Broomfield. In September's session, there was, again, no legwork except stating that the yearly deductible would be $250,000, but could reach hundreds of thousands, if not millions, every year the lawsuits will drag on. There was also an October 11th study session seeking legal advice. And yet again tonight, another study session where the agenda states no estimated costs associated with these proposed amendments. I'm confused and frankly appalled at the lack of tangible and quantifiable research done on what our neighboring counties have already spent that are tied up in litigation so far. As we know, this will be timely and costly when we are already neck deep in oil and gas litigation as a company and as a community. Why isn't this research proactively done before any proposed amendments are even discussed? Why isn't this information readily available so the taxpayers can understand how the proposed amendments will financially potentially affect Broomfield taxpayers? We are parents, we are grandparents, we're Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, and we are undecided. We are educated. We are CEOs, lawyers, small business owners. We're veterans, community servants, teachers, doctors, students, executives, farmers, ranchers, hunters, fishers, environmentalists, and activists. Like you all, we're just trying to do the very best we can each and every day, and most days we fail. We are tax-paying, law-abiding citizens who love our country, our community, our loved ones, schools, churches, open spaces, and you. We strive to better ourselves through constant and evolving education on ongoing training and awareness. Please make no mistake, we want everyone in our community to feel and be safe at all times in every place, while our constitutional right is and continues to be upheld. I oppose these proposed changes, and I truly hope the council we respect and believe in will see the severe financial repercussions this will cause while impacting productive members of your community. Broomfield, I implore you one final time, take an alternative stand to our failing neighbors and be a proactive leader to elicit real change through education and awareness. Please don't blindly piggyback off our surrounding counties with continued costly and failing proposed regulation changes while the change we all desperately need is turned a blind eye to. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public comments online. So as I mentioned, if anybody else wants to comment on other options on our agenda, the number is 855-695-3744 and press *3. Did you want to speak, sir? Oh, okay. Come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
public speaking.
We're just neighbors.
Good way of looking at it. Keith Mosley, Ward 1, Brandywine, 80020. I've lived in Broomfield, almost 10 years now. No brushes with the law. I'm permitted. I target shoot with AR-15s. So it means that I travel outside of the county with my firearm. And I find that Ordinance A and some of the other ordinances would really be problematic, even if you grandfathered things in. So the magazines that I have for all of my rifles are grandfathered in before the state's ban. I would have to probably carry a stack of certificates every time I go to the range. So I hope you reconsider those ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. We have updated those, so you might want to take a look at the most recent study session memo. Anyone else have a burning desire to speak? All right, thank you. Council's community and event updates are next. Before we proceed with this evening's agenda, we would like to remind everyone that next Tuesday is Election Day. We're grateful for the Broomfield election judges and staff who are working diligently to count every vote. For more information, please visit votebroomfield.com. I'll let people leave that want to leave. Any member of council have any community event updates? Councilmember Lim.
I'm looking forward to the One Book, One Broomfield author talk on November 5th at 7 p.m. I really enjoyed reading The Honey Bus, a memoir of lost courage in a girl saved by bees by Meredith May. Also that evening, Lorna McAllister from the Butterfly Pavilion will also be speaking. There's no tickets needed. It's in the Broomfield Auditorium, and seating is first come, first serve, with the doors opening at 6:30. Hope everybody can make it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be there. Anyone else? Any community or event updates? I have one. I wanted to take a moment to let everyone know about Broomfield Fish's event. It's a business meet and mingle and an upcoming opportunity for business engagement and networking with our amazing Family Resource Center. This event will take place on Thursday, November 10th at 6 Garden Center. And if you want to RSVP, email events@broomfieldfish.org or contact one of us because we have the information. There's a number to call, but who has a pen? It's 303-460-6830. So Thursday, November 10th, Broomfield Fish's business meet and mingle. Next, we'll move on to council's consideration of the consent agenda. The clerk will read all of the consent agenda items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Following the clerk's reading of consent agenda items 7A through 7E, we'll ask for public comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 7A through 7E by title?
7A, approval of minutes from October 25th, 2022, regular meeting. 7B, resolution number 2022-130, authorizing and approving the issuance of a water license to Mile High Water Company. 7C, resolution number 2022-140, authorizing and approving an intergovernmental agreement by and between the city and county of Broomfield and the Colorado Department of Transportation for the operation and maintenance of the Preble Creek Drainage Box Culvert within the Colorado 7 right-of-way. 7D, request for executive sessions regarding discussion of personnel matters involving the city and county attorney and presiding municipal court judge as permitted by CRS 24-6-402. 7E, request for executive session for the purpose of obtaining instruction to negotiators and receiving legal advice regarding the Jefferson Parkway Public Highway Authority as permitted by CRS 24-6-402.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments on these items, starting with in-person. If anyone would like to be heard on these items, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. I don't see any. Does any member of council have comments on these agenda items? Councilmember Lim?
I have a question on 7B, the authorization of the water license to Mile High Water Company. So we could think it's a coincidence, but this is coming forward just after we raised the water license fees and sliding in before they go into effect in January. So I had a question. Do we expect this to happen frequently before January? And is there a time limit for usage of that water license fee? I mean, does someone have to use it, employ it within a certain time period once they purchase it?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Lim. I'm going to take the first part, and I am looking for, there's Ken, Mr. Rutt, as he's walking down. The word was correct, Councilmember Lim, and that is coincidence on the first. These, and just for the public's awareness and the community's awareness, these agendas are built oftentimes months in advance, particularly with those that are complex, which I don't believe we've ever had an issue with water that didn't fall under that category. So it is in fact a complete coincidence. Mr. Rutt, please clarify for us with regards to when a tap is pulled, if it must be used.
Good evening, Council, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Ken Rutt, Director of Public Works. It's like any, whether it's a resident or Mile High, whichever one it is, once they come in, they provided the building permit application and requested the water tap. So it's my understanding that this particular residence is going under construction, so it'll be used.
Councilmember Lim, your additional question is, Ken, when the water, and correct me if I'm getting this wrong, if the water, the tap fees that are going to be increased in January 2023, will we or do you expect a rush on those tap fees for folks that aren't under construction nor permitted to be able to purchase those water, those TEs in advance? And what happens if they don't go under construction? Walk us through what the timeline is.
Yeah, we have not been approached by any other use for My High. They haven't submitted any application or intent to purchase applications. So at this point in time, there's not enough time to make that happen unless it's an emergency situation to come before council.
Thank you. That's good to know that there's a lead time involved and we wouldn't have to contend with wasting resources that should be conserved otherwise. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of council have questions or comments on these items? All right, before asking for a motion, I want to remind everyone that item 7C is an intergovernmental agreement and item 7D and 7E are requests for executive sessions, all of which require 2/3 approval of council. Is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A through 7E be approved? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. There is no business before the Board of Social Services or the Board of Health this evening. The first item under council business this evening is council's consideration of Broomfield's proposed resolution number 2022-123, authorizing and approving the Broomfield Partial Property Tax Refund Pilot Program. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
This is such a great way to start off this meeting. Thank you, Mayor. Sharon Tessier, our housing project manager, is going to introduce and walk us through this item that staff is really excited and proud to present. Ms. Tessier.
Thank you, City Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager's Office. I'm going to pull a Jeff for you. And guests here. I am so excited to be in front of you. My name is Sharon Tessier, and I'm the Housing Programs Manager for the City and County of Broomfield's Housing Division. And just want to say thank you for all you do. Before I start humbly bragging, is that really something? I would like to take a brief moment to literally brag about our Housing Division's newest addition, and that's Viviani Del Pezzo. She is a force to reckon with. She has just jumped right into the operational and programmatic things that we have going on. And we are so grateful that you're part of this team and you round us out nicely. And we may still be small, but we are mighty. So thank you. Okay, where was I? Right. Okay, humbly bragging about this program. The pilot program was developed and proposed as a response to market conditions and individual households' reality that Broomfield has become increasingly difficult to afford for many seniors, people with disabilities, veterans with disabilities, who both invested in and made Broomfield their lifelong home. Next slide, please. The Economic Vitality team believes in diverse approaches to housing stability, and this is one way we are meeting the needs of the community. We talked about using the upstream model approach with our last housing update, and we believe that this approach encourages proactivism and provides some assistance to those who are both cost and severely cost burdened. Next slide, please. The key value objectives are that we serve the people of the community with dignity, inclusivity, and respect. In addition to the upstream model approach, we take a person-centered approach, and we recognize that many of the severely cost-burdened individuals of today were quite instrumental in creating the Broomfield that we know and love. And we want to continue to be welcoming and accessible to a diverse population so Broomfield can continue to be the best community around. Next slide, please. The Housing Division looks at Broomfield as a microcosm of the greater global macrocosm of housing insecurity and instability. When you add the cost of living on top of the increase in home values without the same increase in wages or household income, we begin to see a chasm of displacement and rising volatility and vulnerability in our community. And we consider this program to be one of the many bridges that cross that instability gap. Next slide, please. This is a 2-year program that will start in 2023 and go through 2024 for individuals who meet certain eligibility criteria. And all of this information will be made available in our outreach efforts and on the application itself. The main things we want you to know about this slide is that the City and County of Broomfield's Housing Division is expecting to serve between 600 and 700 households for this pilot program. So we built in a $1,000 cap per year. So the most that any one household could receive is $2,000 in the 2-year program. We anticipate the average refund to be $600. And the Housing Division unanimously agreed that this refund can be paired with other programs like the Senior Homestead Tax Exemption Act. Next slide, please. You can see from this example of a hypothetical household in Broomfield. So this hypothetical homeowner expects to see about an 18% increase in their property taxes between 2020 and 2022, which will equate to an increase of roughly $675. Now, this does not include any mill rate increases that may or may not occur. And then the note for on the bottom is reminding that the state assessment rate reduces the tax amount by 151 on this hypothetical home. Next slide, please. This slide shows the qualifications of those who would be eligible for this program. We are looking at seniors where at least one member of the household is 65 plus before January 1st, 2023, or a surviving spouse of the head of household who would have been 65 by January 1st, 2023. We are including veterans and people with disabilities who have a documented disability of at least 80%, a household member who is retired because of disability, or a veteran with 100% service-connected disabilities. Next slide, please. Clearly, we are working exclusively with Broomfield residents who have lived in their same home for at least 2 years. They must use this property as their primary residence and must be at or below 60% of the area median income, or AMI. On this, on the application form, we will be asking residents to show all forms of income, including retirement, pension, Social Security, alimony, et cetera, to ensure integrity of the program. And today, we will also be using CHAFA's 2022 numbers for this program. Next slide, please. Okay. The most important piece of information outside this entire timeline is that applications must be approved by staff in order to move forward with the refund. So we will be refunding on the first complete and approved application and/or until funding runs out. We will be building in an equity measure for those who pay their property taxes in 2 payments versus 1. Our software will keep track of those data fields so we can ensure equity in that program for people who pay twice, pay in 2 lump sums instead of 1. And next slide, please. To bring this presentation to a close, the cost of this program for the 2 years is $1 million, and that will come directly from the Housing Development Operating Fund. And if council approves this tonight, half will be distributed in year 1 or 2023, and the other half in year 2, 2024. Next slide, please. I wanted to thank you for your time here tonight. We look forward to answering any questions you may have and or comments you may bring forth. And this concludes staff's presentation. And thanks, Jake.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tessier, and welcome, Viv. Can I call you Viv? Okay, good. Does any member of the public have any comments on this agenda item? Please come up to the podium.
I'll go first. Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, staff, community members. I'm Kristen Heiser, the Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. The first opportunity provided to the Broomfield Housing Alliance Board of Commissioners to consider its support or endorsement of this action will not be until tomorrow because we had to reschedule our regular board meeting. However, tonight my comments represent the agency's opinion with the board's position being determined tomorrow night. To proactively address the diverse housing needs of the Broomfield community, a variety of actions and strategies need to be deployed. These run the gamut from the creation of new housing opportunities to supporting programs and services focused on residents maintaining their homes. The confluence of living on fixed incomes and soaring housing costs and inflation threatens the housing stability of many Broomfield's community members who are most vulnerable. This is further exacerbated by rising property taxes. The Broomfield Property Tax Refund Pilot Program is precisely the type of local government action that is timely and effective means of assistance to vulnerable populations using financial programs to directly alleviate burdens of homeownership faced by those who have lower or slower growing incomes. As proposed by staff, this program will be another critical tool to add to our shared tool belt in meeting the housing needs of Broomfield. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Roxy Jewel in Luckmore. The forms that the people have to fill out, I was asked if they were going to be private and not open to anybody else, and or how many staff people will have access to them. Because people talk. So our community is small. So the information that are on this forms are very private. I just want that privacy to be respected. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Andrea Vagilatus. I live in Broomfield Heights. I would like to be the first one to sign up for this and thank you from the bottom of my heart. We don't want to move. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Can I get clarification on the privacy question?
Absolutely. And I'm going to have Ms. Tessier come back up.
Thank you for that question, Ms. Jewel. Yes, we take people's privacy very seriously. We know this is a small town. The one thing that we will be doing is, this is on a software where no one else has access. You have to have a password to get into this particular program. We don't want to violate any privacy acts, or it doesn't fall under HIPAA, but we have similar rules against that. I will say though, for those who do need assistance, which I think there might be a few people who need assistance and need like a warm hand-holding during the application process, we will have volunteers or made up of other staff and possibly nonprofits who will help these individuals get their names and information in the database that we will be using. And we can certainly provide a notice that everything has to remain confidential because that is a severe breach of anybody's rights.
Thank you, Ms. Tessier.
Mayor, if I may, before Ms. Tessier sits back down, will you walk us through what the communication to the community looks like, and specifically those targeted populations?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we will be doing is we'll be working with the finance team. We have 3 lines with 40 characters to put in the property tax bill itself. So that will give fair warning and enough time for people to sign up and know where the application process is. We don't have that website or anything figured out yet. However, we will be working with other departments like senior services. We will be working with the rec center, and we'll be working with the communications team to see if we can get this out in maybe one of the next water bills. And we have a strategic plan to outreach with our nonprofits, Friends, Imagine, Broomfield Fish, any of those who would see those particular participants to give them that information. We'll also have hard copies of flyers that we will send out as well.
Wonderful. You could put a little poster on the Easy Ride shuttles. Maybe.
That's a great idea.
Advertise on our vehicles. All right, questions from council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. So, the topic of property tax was a big conversation this last election cycle. I think that, as I was running for re-election, it was a big topic that I talked to many people about. Prior to that point, actually even deciding that I was going to run for council, I submitted a Section 18 back in May of 2021. And there really hasn't been a whole lot of conversation since that point. But obviously, I support this topic and I support this program before us tonight. I was curious that there wasn't a study session that has occurred, on this. So I'm kind of trying to catch up in terms of how staff brought this program, created this program, and is putting this forward for council's consideration tonight.
I think simply put, and I'm going to use an example here, Councilmember Schaaf. The library director and I went to an impromptu lunch and ran into our new housing team, which a year ago didn't exist. So we had 6 individuals that were sitting at the table, all of whom are passionate and driven by housing. Part of anytime we have a piece of legislation with regards to property tax, and it's not politicized, as are a lot of things in Broomfield that aren't. So seniors are a common denominator, and they're number one in our community. They always have been. And as long as all of us are sitting in the chairs that we're in right now, they will continue to be. Veterans, that population was not as exposed, if you will, in Broomfield, even up until a year ago. And so from a multifaceted approach, we continue to hear about the housing stock, housing for all. We've gone through about 4 different iterations of what that means. When reality, when we look at the amount of funds in the book, and we look at trying to be all things to all people, it's unrealistic and it's counterintuitive to think that we can do something for every single one of our residences. Whether that's popular, whether it isn't, it's a fact. So when the housing team began to solidify and gel 6 months in, it was determined that when we look at diversifying the housing, a key component of that was keeping Broomfield residents in Broomfield. And part of that targeted piece were those 3 populations that haven't ever had a targeted approach with regards to financing or housing in Broomfield. Those being the veterans, the DDI community, and again, those seniors that are on the tipping point. Part of the conversations at the focus session last March was anticipating the increase from the state on the property taxes. As Ms. Tessier mentioned, upwards of 18% is what Broomfield can see starting in 2024 when those assessments are made. Essentially, it exemplified the need to, again, focus on that community, not just from an engagement and communication, but financially. We just wrapped our arms around what it looked like once we transferred those funds to the Broomfield Housing Alliance and what those funds were that were remaining. Knowing that those 3 targeted populations, knowing that the 18% increase was coming, and finally solidifying that targeted approach that we couldn't be all things to all people. So there wasn't an epiphany. There wasn't one moment of aha, let's do this. It was a meaningful, intentional 2-year string of putting it together. And the last piece was securing those finances.
Thanks. So I think that, doing a pilot program is great, and I definitely support those. So, but one of the things I always look at, especially new programs, but especially pilot programs, are the metrics and measurements. And I know that this team, definitely delves into that. I did not see that in our council memo, so I'm looking for what are those metrics and measurements to know whether this is a success and this is something that we should continue, or this is something that is not working and we should discontinue.
I sure appreciate that question. And as you mentioned, this is a data-driven team. And so those metrics, part of that on the front end is ensuring that there's a repeatable process, that there's a structured process with staff that's in place before we would bring anything to council, which we haven't had before. And part of the metrics is it's all about those applications. So building an application that then populates at the same time what those metrics are. So successful metrics would, a couple of different anecdotal pieces, but more from the approach of if you qualify, if you meet those qualifications from those populations that Ms. Tessier just weighed out, that's the first check and balance system. So we know it's going to be successful if in fact we have those applications coming in from each one of those three populations. I think the rub is defining success. Is success distributing those funds? Yes. And that will be a metric that will be easily tracked. Is it ensuring that those funds go towards housing? That is from an administrative perspective. If you qualify on the front end and we send those funds, and we send you those refunds, part of the successful metrics will be, again, and I'm not hesitating to be coy. I'm simply hesitating because the measure of success will be short-term and long-term. So the metrics will indicate success. Is it well-run? Did we know where the funds went? Did those that were applying for it meet the criteria? So those are all the tangibles. The intangibles is when we can have residents that come next year at this time and say, I received it and it was the tipping point to keep me here in my home.
All right, that's all the questions I have at this time. I'll save my comments for later.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I think I could get behind this pilot program, and I just certainly appreciate the, the concerns and what brought it about. I do have one concern myself, just since the first time I thought about it was tonight. And I don't know if you guys have thought about this, but I'm concerned about potential abuse by those who may not really need this. And I know you're income qualifying it, but when we're talking about seniors, and maybe even the disabled, they may not have income, but they could have significant assets. And what I'd be concerned about is someone who's living up in, say, Anthem Ranch, has a lot of money, has a home twice as expensive as mine, not necessarily needing this program, but still qualifying under the income requirements. So is there a way to, make sure those folks are making sure that that's being accounted for, I guess?
Absolutely. We are accounting for that. I don't know if Mr. Romine wants to come up and share some of the things that we talked about to create those safety mechanisms or the integrity of the program.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members. Council member, that's a very appropriate question, and oftentimes happens whenever you roll out a program. And that's part of the reason why it's a pilot, to be honest. One of the reasons why we put the maximum cap in of $1,000 is for that specific reason. There are people that are house rich is the best way to describe it. And you may be talking about an example that you know of in one of the neighborhoods. Nevertheless, that doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't income restrained. And the goal here, especially as we thought about it and as we brought this idea forward, building upon the conversations that councils had both in various study sessions over the years, but equally in the retreat and then going forward, was there are people that are going to be making choices, and what we're trying to do is help them make a choice that benefits them. And so it's the taxes are going up. There's no doubt about that. We all know that. And then thinking about food budgets, medicine budgets, and other things. So what we're trying to do is do that. Is there a possibility of someone taking advantage and, being wealthy and in one way, but having low income? Yes. I will tell you that can happen, but that is something that we're going to try to work toward. But we cannot necessarily create any program that will absolutely ensure that there is none of that possibility. But that's the goal, and that's the work, and that's part of the conversation.
Okay.
And I honestly just have to tell you, that's just in every case. There's somebody that can figure out how to beat any system.
Yeah, I'm sure that's the case. And I don't want to overcomplicate this, but I would suspect that's, to eliminate at least my concern, you'd have to have some sort of an asset question on your application. I don't know if that would make it too complicated or not, but I would, at least like you to look into that. And I think you hit it on the head, Jeff, with this is a pilot program. So I think what I would be interested in seeing is in 2 years, who utilized the program and where they all come from. If they're all coming from $1 million plus homes, I would say this is really not needed. But if it's really coming from the lower priced homes in our neighborhood, in our community, and it's keeping those folks in those homes, then I think that's my definition of success. Not necessarily that it's being utilized, but it's being utilized by the right people. So if this wasn't a pilot program, I'd be concerned it's pilots. So if you can sort of stem that, before we get into it, I think that would be great. If not, I'm really going to be interested to see how this looks in a couple of years.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, Ms. Tessier, we discussed what documentation would have to be provided, especially with regards to investments, any investment portfolio. Could you walk us through that a little bit, please?
Sure. Well, just to clarify, Councilmember Jazerski, we do have an asset question. And we also, any type of what the federal government considers income is what we consider income or assets. So those questions will be asked, and that is one way we can vet to ensure integrity of the program. They do have to supply that. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Thank you for answering my questions that I had submitted by email earlier. I did have one more question. So is there anything that would prohibit someone who applied for this refund from also filing an appeal of their property assessment? So there's, just for clarification.
And if I could, we've had a conversation, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. We've already had a conversation with our assessor to begin to flush some of these topics out. As you know, what we're talking about is a tax bill that's being paid, so they won't be appealing the bill, they appeal the valuation, and so that occurs prior to the tax bill being issued. So we will only refund based upon payment of the bill. So they could apply, but as you go through the assessment process under the terms of Gallagher, under the state regulations, and our assessor follows those, you'll see those, that's a separate process and it's a different timing that occurs. So we will not be providing a refund based upon anything other than the payment of a bill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of questions and to follow up on Councilmember Schaaf's questions about the lack of specific, I'm from marketing, so I'd say KPIs, but objectives and how we know this is success. Was this modeled on another program in another community, and do they have records of what happened?
Yes, this is modeled on different neighboring communities and across the United States. And one of the reasons why we have our new team member is to look at how we capture that data and how we run a successful program. So part of the metrics and data is that we do have our targeted population. We do have, we plan on also providing some sort of survey at the end, possibly doing one at the end of year 1 and at the end of year 2 to create some sort of baseline and cumulative it's probably going to be a combination of qualitative and quantitative data. But does this save money? And I can tell you that, yes, it will save seniors who are spending upwards of 85% of their housing, of their slower growing income on housing costs. There have been people who have lost their homes because they have not been able to afford paying their property taxes. A $9,000 property tax bill was the reason why a senior lost her home. And this is what kind of spawned us to create these programs and to, does it prevent displacement? that's one of the hardest things to measure. What we can say, did this allow you to stay in your home? So while we may not have all the metrics in place, I can guarantee you we'll have the metrics in place before this program starts and we roll out.
You sort of started to answer my next question because I was curious whether have we accounted for people who have lost their homes, or do we know if there's a certain percentage of people who are in default or behind on property taxes who are disabled or elderly or on a fixed income?
Currently, we don't have a way of necessarily aggregating that data, and that will be tough. And so this will be, as the applicants come in, we will have those questions on our application. So those data fields will be populated, and that way there we can get that data at the end of the program.
So anecdotally, we know there are people who are
Yes.
in danger or have lost.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
To that point, I think you estimated 600 to 700 people might be eligible. What happens if it's 1,000?
If it's 1,000, again, we can only fund so much with what we have, and we will be cutting off the application process when our funds run out.
So people
And
need-
then we'll have more information about how much more, if council decides that this is a program that this is worth keeping, then absolutely, we will move forward with that.
the message is if you think you qualify, apply quickly.
So we don't want to create a crazy rush, right? And we don't want people to they're already stressed out, right? So part of our marketing is to ensure that we have senior services in place. So it's kind of like they don't have to go out of their way to, if they're already going to be at senior services. Vivi and I plan on making sure that we make our rounds to all of the different places where seniors hang out. We'll have clinics to ensure that they can enroll. They'll bring their papers. And one of this will be a pretty complex program, and I'm super excited about it. That we have a small and mighty team, but we have a lot of people in different departments who will help us out to capture and to ensure the integrity of the application process. And this pilot will allow us to determine if we need more funding for more people.
And just one last question for my information. For other folks who don't fit these qualifications but are on a fixed income and obviously being squeezed at any age spectrum, any age on the spectrum right now due to the housing situation, are there programs available for them like this?
Not that I am aware of. And this is part of our pilot. We had a small amount of money, and so we decided that we would use a targeted population to see how impactful we can be with this program. And you're asking me yes, I would love to see this expand, to the community, but I am always being reined in, appropriately so, because I run out ahead and guess what's coming? And, we have to work with the funds that we have. And yes, so yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, and I want to clarify, I don't think this program originated out of the Anthem Ranch. So just want to state that. I'm not sure why they were brought into this. But I definitely agree that you might be surprised at someone's circumstances. So here's my actual questions. So a senior household, was that including, that's only a household where it's a senior or a husband and wife or something? Or is that like a household where you could have the senior living there and the child or something? And then would it be the full household income?
Yes, so that is a great question. And there can be a senior head of household with their adult children. And if they income qualify, they will qualify for the program.
As just the senior alone or the full family?
Well, the household will qualify due to them being income qualified with the senior in the home.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, that does make sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then on the timeline, this is the part of the whole program I'm struggling with, is that we're trying to help cost burden families. And then you have to pay your property tax bill and then 4 weeks later you get the refund. And I'm just thinking, you know, if you have a lot of these run through like a home mortgage where you can't, like, you don't see, like they're paying your payment and be going back there, but it's not really visible that it's happening. Like you have to like see your bill come forward. I'm just wondering about that. If there's any possible way to, if you apply, have you thought through it any way where you wouldn't pay and then be refunded?
There's legal reasons why we would not pay first. And that is due to, I don't know if we have anyone here who could speak a little bit more clearly.
And again, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. So the idea, the goal, much like you pay any of your taxes, it's an obligation that can't be forgiven and that. The other thing is property taxes have a particular basis within the way that communities work and additionally, the way that they are funding other governmental agencies. So the thought is that the most direct and smooth way to go forward is for the payment to be made and then for us to be able to document that payment is made. And therefore we don't have any problems with trying to go back into a situation which we would not be able to do if it's not paid. So if we pay the money, we need specific performance. So that's the relationship that we've talked about with the city attorney. Going back just a bit to the other question related to other members in the household, the income analysis is not just on the individual that applies, but on the household. So if there are 4 people working in the household, they would all, that collective, much like we do with affordability on housing, that whole household income comes together. So it really is related to that AMI, the moderate income individuals with a senior in place or a person with disability in place. Does that answer the 2 questions?
Yes, thank you. And it was clear in Ceci's response. It was just a little bit around. So, and then the only last question then, so I understand the legal basis for the need to pay the payment first, but then that would come back, that wouldn't be refunded as a refund of that property tax. It would be a separate payment. So that would come, even if it was paid out of a mortgage account, it would come back to the individual.
Right, to your point, the individual homeowners, they are still paying the property taxes through the escrow account of their mortgage company. So if they do have a mortgage in place, they'd be able to show, and we'd be able to see the actual tax bill. Who pays it is not material to us. It's the person that's fully paying it, which is you're paying it through your escrow accounts. So that's how we would see that. We'd see that payment being made because the escrow account would make those payments.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. That's all the questions I have.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. I think this will be a very popular and utilized program, and there's definitely a need for it. So I guess my only question is, I know this is a pilot program for 2 years, but have we had much thought in terms of how we could sustainably fund this into future years? Because I could imagine this is going to be utilized pretty heavily.
That's a great question. And it's one of the questions we've been, discussing. We believe that through the inclusionary housing ordinance that you all just passed will allow us to keep our housing funded. And that will be up to council when we also determine the needs of the community and with our strategic plan as well. We would most likely be showing you where the gaps are and how much those gaps would be. And so we would have to reach out to council.
This seems like a very tangible example of all the good that the inclusionary housing ordinance could do for members of our community. So my other question, I would love, and I don't know who to ask this of, but I'd love a primer on how much control we have over tax liens and that whole process. Just hearing a senior lost their home over $9,000. Is there anything we can do about that? Give them, let them build the lien up until transfer? Or I don't know what the solution is there, or how much control, if that's the state, or I don't know. I just love to learn more and see if there's a solution to people facing, because that's a terrible story. It's really sad. So
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, actually, we absolutely can provide some additional background on how that works. It is a combination of the treasurer's office, which is once again in the CFO, in the finance department, and then the assessor. The assessor really doesn't have a role in those tax liens in that way. It's really the treasurer. They go through a tax sale, and then after they're allowed to be redeemed after a certain number of period of time. And then if it's not redeemed, then the people that buy those tax liens can then exercise them. And so it would be really much more the treasurer coming in, at Brenda providing a quick analysis, or we can do it through a simple email through the city manager's office, if that would be helpful.
That'd be great. I mean, I'd love to see if there's any way we can update those programs, because it seems like.
They do follow Colorado laws, so.
That's what I thought.
So unfortunately, some of these things, we are handcuffed by the way that the state has determined them and the way that the tax laws all work.
Great.
So.
I'd just love a legal primer on that whole process. So thank you.
Thank
That's all I have, Mayor.
If I could add one more thing, oftentimes our seniors are very stoic and they do not reach out. I only found out after the realtor called me to say, what can I do with this? She's losing her home. And I was like, don't sell it. But it didn't work.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshallton.
My question was actually already answered, but thank you, Mayor.
All right. Any other questions from council? I have a question for everybody. How many of us could afford to buy the home we're in now at today's prices? I couldn't, right? My own home increased 60% in 10 years in value. So it's not about so much as assets, it's that now we're stuck in these homes that we could never buy something else because there's no inventory. And many seniors are cost burdened in big houses because they can't find anything smaller to downsize to. My neighbors are a perfect example. They would spend just as much as their big home's value to buy any available condo or some type of multifamily unit. The way the prices have just skyrocketed, which we don't really control. But we know, and I know, because I've talked to many seniors, and I'm not, these are questions, so I'm violating the rules. But I know the situation, and a lot of us know that situation. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then now we're gonna vote. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-123. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-123 by title?
11A, resolution number 2022-123, authorizing and approving the Broomfield Partial Property Tax Refund Pilot Program for the 2023 and 2024 to provide for a partial property tax rebate for income qualified seniors, disabled veterans, and persons with disabilities.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward?
I move that resolution number 2022-141, sorry, not 123, be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel? Thank you. Is there any discussion? That already started, sorry. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So, after 4 days of what seems like a long Halloween, I'm coming off my sugar high. I'm attempting to avoid caffeine for the meeting tonight. So I think I'm probably lacking my normal enthusiasm. I do support this program. I guess I was surprised by its creation, but perhaps, I may be alone in my feeling on that. Looking at the timeline for this and for the implementation, it looks like there's about 3 months or so before applications are opened in February. I would love to be able to see the metrics and measurements, the KPIs, as Councilmember Cohen said, listed to kind of get an idea of, to ensure that that we're getting the information that we need on those applications to be able to measure that by. I understand that there are some of these that just by getting people to fill out an application, that is going to be meeting it. And I would agree. I think that is a measurement, but I think that there are some other measurements to ensure that, that if it is a pilot program, that this is something that we know whether or not to continue that program and whether it's working, whether it needs to be adjusted for year 2, things like that. And so I would love to be able to see those metrics and measurements come within the next 3 months before those applications are opened in February. And then also you, Ms. Tessier, you had talked about that, that this is a first come, first serve, that there are limitations for that funding. I guess I would put out there, and maybe just individually, that, before we turn people away because of a lack of funding within this program, I would like to have a conversation with council before that time comes to ensure that, that we get an idea of how many people have applied for this program, that we are going to have to turn away a certain number of people because we do not have funding for that. I would like to have a conversation if they do not get accepted.
Music to my ears, Councilmember Schaaf. Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Cohen.
Just to follow up on Councilmember Schaaf's, it might, I don't know if there's a way of scoring applicants to make sure the most needy go to the top of the list, as Councilmember Schaaf is referencing, that some people may get cut off who are qualified in desperate need, but won't be able to receive the benefit. So I would just say ditto to Councilmember Schaaf.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? All right, thank you for that. Will the clerk, well, we're not doing the roll. All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you guys so much. And I agree with Councilmember Schaaf's and Cohen's. Let's revisit if there's an overage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all. The second and final item under council business this evening is a public hearing and council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-141, authorizing and approving opting out of Colorado's paid family and medical leave insurance program. As required by state law, we are holding a public hearing on this matter. I'll now declare the public hearing open. We will utilize the city's standard public hearing procedures for consideration of this resolution. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal, then we'll ask for public comments, including any comments from Broomfield employees, and finally, questions from city council members. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and Director of Human Resources, Nikki Macklin, will walk us through this item. Ms. Macklin.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. Nikki Macklin, Director of Human Resources, and I'm here tonight to discuss the Colorado Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program, which is a social insurance program that provides covered employees with up to 12 weeks of partial paid leave from work for certain qualifying reasons, such as caring for a newborn child during the first year, whether that be tied to birth, adoption, or foster care, to care for their own serious health condition or a family's serious health condition, to make arrangements for a family member's military deployment, or to address immediate safety needs and the impact of domestic violence for themselves or a family member. It's important to note that the family program does not provide full income replacement. It only provides partial pay ranging from 37% to 90% of income replacement. The more an employee makes, the less benefit they're eligible for under the family program. For example, if an employee makes $3,000 a week, they would only be eligible for 37% of their income replacement, which is a wage of $1,100 a week. On the flip side, an employee who makes $500 a week would be eligible for 90% of their income replacement with a benefit of $450 a week. CCOB's current sick, annual leave, donated leave, and short-term disability all provide our employees with 100% income replacement at no cost to the individual employee. Employers are automatically enrolled in the program, which begins January 1st, 2023. However, the Act affects local government employers differently than private businesses. And as such, the Act provides local governments the option to choose whether participation is right for their employees. And their organization, as participation will have a substantial impact on the governmental entity's budget, operations, and employee relations. If CCOB does not decline participation, all eligible CCOB employees will be required to pay up to 0.45% of their annual wage for a benefit that they may not want or need due to their personal situation. The current benefits, income replacement programs, and job protections that are already in place for CCOB employees meet or exceed the benefits provided by the family program in most situations, specifically the percentage of income replacement provided by the benefit. If CCOB declines participation, individual employees will have the ability to make the determination whether this benefit is right for them. Employees who want the paid leave benefits that family can provide can participate individually at no greater personal cost and without imposing a cost on the municipality and the other employees who may not be interested in this benefit. CCOB HR is prepared to educate employees on all of the CCOB benefits that we provide, as well as the benefits provided under the family program during new employee orientations, as well as ongoing and routine communications with employees. HR is also prepared, to assist individual employees who wish to opt into the program with guidance on the program eligibility, program calculations for premiums, enrollment, and premium remittance to the state. It's worth noting that in a survey conducted by the Colorado Municipal League, only one Colorado municipality, the small town of Crestone, has decided to participate in the family program for 2023. 70 of the Colorado municipalities have already opted out. 20 were leaning towards opting out, and 9 were undecided when the survey was compiled in September of 2022. Staff is recommending that council vote to decline participation in the program for 2023 so that CCOB employees are not forced to participate and pay a premium for a benefit they may not need or want. By declining participation, we are providing CCOB employees with the ability to choose if participation is right for them. If CCOB declines participation, employees will still have the option to elect to participate individually at no greater personal cost without imposing the cost on CCOB or other employees who are not interested in participation. In addition to providing CCOB employees with the personal choice to decide if this benefit is right for them, staff's analysis was that the benefits provided under the family program are less than the current benefits offered to most CCOB employees, specifically as it relates to the amount of income replacement provided. And as such, staff did not find there to be a significant benefit to the majority of the CCOB employees to justify the cost of participation. We value our employees' opinions and solicit feedback through a number of channels. One of those channels is our Employee Review Committee. The ERC consists of approximately 20 members, non-management employees from across the organization who are elected by their peers to represent the employee's voice in policy and benefit-related matters. The committee has reviewed the various options available to the organization and considered the implications and the cost-benefit analysis of participation. The ERC has agreed with staff's recommendation that the organization should decline to participate as the cost of the program outweighs the benefits, especially considering the existing benefits, income replacement, and job protection CCOB already offers. In addition, all CCOB employees were notified in advance of this meeting that council would be voting on this matter and were invited to provide their feedback directly to council via email prior to the meeting or attend the meeting tonight to provide public comment. In closing, I want to make it very clear that staff is not recommending that employees not participate in the family program. We are simply recommending that CCOB decline participation so that each CCOB employee can choose whether participation is right for them, rather than the organization deciding on their behalf. That concludes my presentation, and with that, I will turn it back over to you, Mayor, for public comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Macklin. We'll move to public comment first, starting in person. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard, please come to the podium. State your name and neighborhood for the record. Only 3 minutes. I don't see any online. Questions from council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions? Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you for answering my questions via email that I sent out this week. One question that came up that you just mentioned, you said this affects local governments differently than private employers. How is that the case? If you could elaborate on that, please.
Sure. Local governments are the only entities that have the ability to opt out of participation, and that's for 2 reasons. One is because typically public employer benefits are stronger than those in the private sector. This law was originally enacted most likely for smaller businesses that don't have the type of paid leave benefits and support for employees in situations like paternity and maternity leave. The other reason that public employers were able to opt out is the mandation for the organization and the employees to pay the premiums.
But the organization has the option of paying the entire premium, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
But big businesses, for example, that already offer benefits such as this or greater benefits, they can't not opt out, correct?
That is correct.
So all their, even though they already have those benefits, their employees will still be paying for benefits they won't be using.
That is correct.
So going off of the, I understand that it's not a complete the Family Leave Act is not a complete wage replacement. It's scaled, right?
Mhm.
But my understanding is that if we do not opt out tonight, that's a benefit that the CCOB employees will have, which is then in addition to their current sick vacation leave policy that we have currently.
That is correct. If we participate, it would be in addition to the current benefits we offer.
Okay, and I'm just trying to clarify in my head, if we do opt out, if for someone, for example, has a baby, they want paternity leave, they have to use their sick and vacation time towards paternity leave? Is that the way it works now?
That is correct. That's what those leaves are intended for, is to support employees in situations like that.
But if we don't opt out, they get the Family Leave Act first, and then they can use their vacation time for whatever they.
That is correct for the limited number of people that would be in that particular situation.
I'm going to say, I'm going off my personal experience. I work in corporate, the world. You know, if my wife and I had a baby again, which we won't be having, I would get 12 weeks of paternity leave, which would be in addition to my sick and vacation time. So we don't currently have that kind of benefit for the CCOB employees. Is that correct?
That is correct. We don't have a separate leave for paternity leave.
Or paternity, maternity, all the different things. The disability, the short-term disability doesn't cover those types of.
Short-term disability covers income replacement for the female who is impacted by the pregnancy because it's tied to a medical condition. So in the event of a female having a vaginal delivery, she would be provided with 6 weeks of short-term disability at 100% income replacement and a C-section at 8 weeks. Any additional complications would warrant additional short-term disability payments.
I had asked if, for example, CCOB wanted to offer a Family Leave Act type of benefit in addition to vacation and sick time. Do we have an estimate of how much that would cost?
We don't, and I know council may not have had an opportunity to see the email response to that today. The challenge with that is trying to anticipate the number of employees, their income, their type of medical condition that would be eligible for this benefit. Typically, when you self-fund an insurance program, you often look at your fully insured past experience and utilization to evaluate whether premiums paid outweigh the claims. And so in this case, because it's a brand new program, we just don't have that data available to us.
And given that, do you have an estimate? Do you think it would be greater than or less than the 850,000 that it would cost?
I honestly
if we
have,
did not opt out but paid the entire premium? So
I honestly have no way of knowing what that would cost us.
that's all, Mayor, at the moment.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to follow up on that. I sort of feel in the same boat as Councilmember Shaft on the previous item. It caught me a little bit by surprise, and I'd wish we'd had a study session to go over this. I'm curious, and to that effect, the timing, it's already November. We have less than 2 months to decide this. Already 70 other communities have already discussed this apparently. Is there a reason why we're so late to coming to this topic?
Sure. So we presented this to our employee review committee at the first opportunity available. So that committee was stood up last month, was their very first meeting. So wanting to make sure that we had employee input on this very important matter that impacts them. And so this was put before them last month and is coming to you as soon as we can after their feedback.
Yeah, I think it would have been helpful to have a study session just due to the complexity and a number of great questions that Councilmember Marsh Holston had. To follow up on his questions in terms of benefits, are temporary and part-time employees, how are they affected by opting in or opting out?
Sure. So the eligibility for the family program is that an employee must have earned $2,500 in the state of Colorado in order to be eligible for the income replacement. In order to be eligible for the job protection afforded by the program, they must be employed for 6 months. So under that, it is possible that temporary employees could be eligible.
Through family,
What? Through family,
if they
correct?
voluntarily
Correct.
subscribe.
So
on-
if,
and pay the whole
if the
premium.
city and county of Broomfield decides to decline participation, those employees would still have that opportunity to pay into the program at no greater cost to them.
But the CCOB wouldn't contribute. Correct.
CCOB would not be required to
would-
contribute. They would only pay their employee portion.
And the other question, I just want to express a little bit of frustration with the memo that went to the city. I just wanted to say it felt like the thumb was being laid on the scale because the memo said, here, the council's voting on this. Here's what it might do. We don't like it. 70 others have voted against it, but please go ahead and talk to council. And I think that could have a chilling effect on employees who may be in favor of it, but feel uncomfortable speaking publicly about it. So I just wanted to express that my reading of that it gave me some discomfort and I hope there aren't employees who don't feel comfortable expressing support when the memo and to the council and the memo to them states a very specific opposition from the city management. So I think we should avoid that as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody want to comment on that? No? Okay. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Cohen asked, kind of got to one of the questions I had about whether or not if we completely opt out, employees that decide to opt in individually, does the city and county provide any subsidy or is it just the employee covering their portion? And you already answered that, so thank you for that. I guess the only other question I have, kind of piggybacking off of Councilmember Cohen, is are the benefits that are paid to or given to full-time employees here greater than, equal to, or what part-time and temporary or seasonal employees would receive?
Sure. So Broomfield is incredibly generous in what they provide their part-time benefited employees. So oftentimes you will see employers have a sliding scale of premiums related to the number of hours you work. And oftentimes companies will say, yes, we provide benefits to employees who work 20 to 29 hours a week. However, their premiums are based on the number of hours they work, and their cost is so prohibitive that you oftentimes don't see part-time employees participating. At the City and County of Broomfield, part-time employees who work at least 20 or more hours a week are afforded the same benefits at the same premium level as full-time benefited employees as well.
Okay, so they still get their crew up to 80 hours of sick pay?
So accruals are, without going into exact details based on how many hours you work and years of service, accruals are slightly prorated for that. But in terms of premiums paid for medical, dental, and vision, they have the same access at the same cost as the full-time employees.
Okay. That's all my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Councilmember Lim?
In there were 3 options presented to the ERC. So the third option, which we have not discussed, and was that the city could help assist the employees who chose to opt in with their payment to the state. And that was rejected by the ERC in favor of just the employee arranging their own payments. So I was at least glad to hear you say that all employees will be educated during onboarding. I hadn't seen that in the memo, but what was the conversation or what would have been the cost, I guess, involved in helping the employee who opted in funnel their premiums to the state And why was that rejected? then?
Sure. So Council Member Lim, the option you speak of, number 3, the help that we would provide is by remitting the payment to the state via a payroll deduction on behalf of the employee. There is a liability that is associated with that model in terms of taking on the responsibility for collecting those appropriate premiums and remitting them on behalf of the employee that the organization and the ERC did not feel was worth the liability. It also would require additional HR and finance staff to be able to accommodate those payroll deductions. So in lieu of that, the compromise and the suggestion from the ERC was we want to make sure that employees have the support and the information and the help they need to make sure they get their payments there, regardless of whether it goes through a payroll deduction or not. So would HR be willing to partner with them, sit down one-on-one, recognizing some may need this much help and others may need this much help. Some may be a one-time commitment, others may be an ongoing commitment. And we would much rather invest our time in that one-on-one support than doing it through a payroll deduction and exposing the organization to that potential liability.
Okay, so in your presentation of this option to those who are onboarding, then you would convey to them that you would be willing to help them
Right.
get on board with this.
Absolutely. So what that would look like is when we onboard a new employee and we're doing a new employee orientation, we would explain, these are all the benefits you have available to you. And recognizing that short-term disability is not available to you until 6 months, here's what we can line up in lieu of that. You have medical benefits, you have short-term disability benefits, you have access to this family program that is through the state. However, we will educate you and partner with you to make sure that you have access to those benefits.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. Was the discussion at the ERC unanimous when
So
it came to these recommendations?
Sure. So we did not vote because they are a recommending body, but we spent probably an hour talking about the potential options, then opened it up for question and answers, then asked if anyone had an opposition to moving in this direction, and there was no opposition without a formal vote.
Okay, so after the Q&A, there was no opposition.
Correct.
And then my other question is, does this have to be, or we're nearing the end of the year here, does this have to be decided tonight to make the timeframe we need to make?
Council could certainly decide not to vote tonight. We would simply need a vote prior to the end of the year so that we could notify the state by the first of the year. We were limited by council agenda items between now and the end of the year
Understood.
and providing public notice to employees for participation.
Calendars are very busy. All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So I'm trying to understand this program. So is this basically like an insurance program set up by the state and then?
Yes.
Okay, so if we don't opt out, we're paying a portion of the premium like we pay for, I guess, employment taxes or something like that. And the employee's paying half the portion, it sounds like.
That is correct.
Okay, and then if we do opt out and someone else, if an employee wants to opt in, they're still just paying their half.
That is
Which
correct.
is the same amount. But we're not paying the other half. So how does that work? So the state's only getting half the premium then?
I do not know
No
how the
idea how that
state
works.
decided that would work.
Okay,
I think the state is still, like many legislative issues, they are still figuring it out while they're rolling it out.
okay. And I get it's costly to us, even though we provide the same benefits. Right now, we're doing this internally, and if we opted into this program or remained in this program, it would cost us significantly a lot more because we're paying the premium to the state as well as providing the service internally as well.
So if council decides that the organization should participate, if council elects to pay both the employee and employer portion, that would be approximately $855,000 for 2023. If council decides to have the employees paid their half of the premium, the organization would pay approximately $427,500.
And then we're still providing the internal support that we are providing right now.
Correct. We have no intention of,
Okay. And I'm just trying to, I guess the part that confused me, and maybe this was right, this was Councilmember Hulshin. He had the question that if this is the city, or if someone opted in, or if the city just provided it to everyone regardless, and an employee utilized it for a pregnancy or some other reason, they would get basically double the benefits, is that right? Because that was my understanding, is that they would get the benefits from the program and also the benefits from the city. So basically double the time.
So depending on the benefit, so if an employee, if we pay into the family program and an employee is eligible for, say, 37% of income replacement through the state's family program, they could supplement that up to 100% with their sick, annual leave, or any other benefits we provide them. Disability is different. So disability is an insurance that is not intended to provide more than 100% income replacement. So Broomfield has a very unique short-term disability program that provides 100% income replacement. In that case, if they find out the state is paying the employee that 37%, they will offset the benefit. So while we are paying for 100% benefit, it's a self-funded program, but that benefit would be reduced.
So in the disability case, the state would say, you're already receiving 100%, we're not going to pay out at that point?
If we had a fully insured disability program, we have a self-funded program, so we are paying the 100%, we would offset that.
Okay. And then if an employee chooses to opt in and it's not being taken out of their payroll internally, is there a difference in tax? Is it, if we did it internally, would that be pre-tax versus taxable income, or is it the same?
I'm not sure how the state is accounting for that. They're still trying to figure out the portal by which employees would opt in with only 2 months left in the program before it launches. And that's part of our concern with this is they're getting ready to launch January 1st, and there's a number of things that have yet to be ironed out. And so I think by opting out for this first year, it gives Broomfield the opportunity to see how the state-run program is running and really make an educated decision next year. So because we opt out this year doesn't mean we are forever opted out. We will have the option to opt in each year if we so choose.
Okay, that's good to know. And then I was just curious, what was the liability that we would have if we actually process the payments to the?
So it is
to the state?
fines. It's not clearly defined what that would be, but it is a monetary fine.
If someone is late on their payment, is that it?
So the picture that is painted is similar to the information that I shared with you from the CML communication. If the payments are not collected appropriately, whether that be not the right amount, not in a timely manner, not remitted appropriately, there is the potential for fines.
Okay. So if we made a mistake somehow on our end, we could be fined.
We're liable because we're remitting those on behalf of the employee.
Okay. And then if we're not doing that on behalf of the employee would have to just pay it themselves, write a check, have it deducted from their account and.
So the information they are providing today is that employees will register to participate through a portal that the state sets up and remit their payments directly to them. My guess is they will give employees an ACH option to do that electronically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to ask one question, just to make sure that I'm understanding this program correctly. So all of the funds that are contributed by both governmental entities as well as other employers, they're all put into a pot, and then those monies then are dispersed to the individuals that are receiving the benefit. Is that correct?
That is how I understand it.
Okay, so by us not participating in this, we are not contributing to that pot that then is distributed to those individuals.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thanks.
That's it. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple quick questions that I thought of while I was listening to this. Is there a certain time frame? Is it like a traditional insurance plan where you have, if you're a new hire, for example, you can enroll automatically or immediately in insurance, but if you're a current employee, you have to wait till open enrollment, which is now? Or is it just on a rolling basis? You can apply at any time this is if we decide to opt out and it's just for the employees that want to opt in.
So as I understand, they will have that option upon their qualification. They obviously would have to meet the qualifications. They would apply for this benefit. What their lag period is in terms of processing that and or whether they would retro, that has not been clearly defined.
Okay. And then do you know if they have to stay enrolled in the program for a whole year, or does it on a month-by-month basis? Do you know how? all
So
that
as of right
works?
now, they're requiring people to participate by paying premiums in 2023, and they will not receive a benefit until 2024.
Okay. And are they paying that benefit as
It
a
does
lump
not say
sum
whether,
or over
no,
a
it does
monthly
not say whether
basis?
they will have to pay for 12-month period of time in order to be eligible. They're preloading the pot of money to be paid out next year.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you. One more
Did I
question.
miss you? I'm sorry. Did I
Oh,
skip over you?
this- Me?
Yeah.
No, this is the second round for me.
Oh.
I just had one more question.
Oh, no,
Came
that's
to
okay.
mind.
Go ahead.
You're good. I did just wonder, this resolution, and this might be a question for Ms. Rogers. Is this worded in such a way that this decision would come back to us next year automatically? If we were to decline for the first year
So
and
if
see
we,
how things go?
if we, I can speak to the law, and then
Mhm.
Ms. Rogers can certainly speak to the resolution.
Yeah.
If we decline the first year, we can stay out of the program for up to 8 years without taking additional action as far as the state is concerned.
Yeah, I guess my question's in how we're, this vote tonight in this proposed resolution. If I were to vote tonight to opt out for the first year, I would like this body to automatically have to make that decision again next year without it being standing that we've opted out for the full
Okay.
7 or 8 years would be so that you can see how it unrolls for the first year. That's my question, and I don't know if someone has to answer that.
Yeah, the resolution, Councilmember Lindstedt, the resolution is not written that way, so you could present an amendment to say this resolution will automatically expire
Mhm.
or will be only in effect for the
2023 plan year.
2023 plan year.
Great.
Would be,
I guess to my colleagues, when a motion comes forward, I may ask permission for a unanimous vote or a 2/3 vote to put that forward, because I think it would be good to see where this is in 1 year. But that's just food for thought. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I should have asked, are there any other first round comments before going to second? So my apologies. Anybody who hasn't spoken first round, you're all good?
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
part of the conversation between Nikki and HR and the ERC from an equity perspective, and also from it not having at least 70% of the answers. And so it's been a process going back and forth with the state. We all know that from an intended, it sounds good, it sounds equitable, it sounds viable. So when we look at none of the other communities signing up for it, it's not an indication of why we wouldn't sign up for it. I don't think Broomfield operates that way. We've never operated up that way. But for the litany of questions, it's taken 3 months and we still don't have the answers. The same questions that the council is asking right now. And the bottom line from the ERC, the questions that they asked, we had not thought of. And that was fundamental to, they really identified that it's the population of new employees. So it's the 0 to 6 months. It's when the short-term disability kicks in that this program would absolutely be a benefit. Ms. Macklin is absolutely correct in that, and the employees stated this. We're one of the few municipalities, and I say few as in, we haven't found another one, so it's probably less than few, whatever that appropriate term is, that pay 100% of short-term disability. It's pretty unheard of. So the employees said, okay, well, so I've been here for 7 months, waited for the short-term disability, and what if when I pay in from my income, the 0.43, do I get a refund? Or can that 0.43 go towards some other, towards my premium? Can you then take that? And the answer was no. If you don't use it, you lose it. And so these employees were saying, well, So again, we were enthralled with the level of intentionality for them to walk through, that it really is for that 6-month gap. It was the employees that said, is there a way that we can have workshops during the onboarding? So none of that was leadership's idea. Level of frustration was high because a lot of their questions, we couldn't answer either because we don't have we don't have the information. So from a delayed perspective, we apologize that it took a while to get it here. It wasn't for lack of trying to get those answers. And it wasn't for lack of wanting to follow through on what the employees' take on all of this was. So again, the bottom line was, it would be a bridge for those that are 6 months, within the 0 to 6 months. But the real rub is paying for something that, because of the package that we have with our benefits, you wouldn't utilize. So a lot will be paying for a very, very few. That's why, from a unanimous perspective, they said that doesn't seem right. Let's do what we can during the onboarding for those new employees. But please don't touch any of our short-term disability benefits, right? I mean, being in alignment with some of the other communities, we have looked at what that short-term disability, where you have to utilize all your other leave opportunities, and then short-term disability is 60%. So this process has been, I think it's been enlightening for all of us, in that our employees are very engaged and want a voice. And it also bodes well to have the language in that Councilmember Lindstedt recommended. Back to Councilmember Lim's question, or Councilmember Schaaf, what if nobody signs up for this? Then what, right? Because that pot of money, I mean, we've all read that two of the major healthcare providers in the state's new system have pulled. We're going to have 350,000 employees in the state of Colorado with no insurance starting in January 2023, because of the pool continues to be reduced. So it's all about that volume piece, but you can't have a lot of people signing up if you can't answer the questions on 50% that people are asking. So more than open to continuing to track it, to work on it, to get the feedback, and to better educate council on the significant benefits that we do have.
Is that all, Councilmember? No, I was talking to Councilmember Lindstedt. All right, Councilmember Marshall-Olson.
Mayor, I just had 2 follow-up questions. Municipalities, we had the stats on the municipalities that opted out. Were the counties allowed to opt out also? Do we have the stats on that?
They were all included in that, in that list of CML.
Okay. And then the ERC, I understand that they're elected by their peers to, but how many actually took place? How many employees total took place in that meeting?
I would have to go back. I'm not sure that there were any that were not present. I would say 17 to 20 of the ERC members were present.
And did they elicit feedback from their peers prior to that meeting?
No.
Okay. And then I just want to make sure that my number is correct. We received three emails from employees asking us to opt out. Is that the correct number?
That was what I last saw.
Okay. Those are my final questions. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Cohen?
Just wanted to clarify, because I'm privately employed, so I have a notice from my employer that I'll be paying this starting January. But you mentioned, yes, we're paying in for a year before benefits kick in. Are we going to be allowed to join a year later and just reap the benefits of all the private employers' money that's been seeding the pool? Or do you don't know? We don't know what the state will do.
They have not said that. Clearly, what they're articulating right now is that they will collect premiums for 2023 and benefits will be available 2024.
no matter when you might join in. Just a point of clarification, this was something we all voted on in 2020. I think it was Proposition 118 that passed as 60% in the county. It does bother me a little bit as public employees are opting out while private employers are going to pay in. They don't have an option, though we voted for it. But that is sort of the point of insurance, that we all pay in and a few benefit. So that argument doesn't hold sway with me too much, because that's the whole point, that, you know, at some point you or I are going to need it and everybody else's proceeds are going to help you. So that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim?
Do you recall, it was my understanding from reading on this that the private employers could opt out if they had a pathway to be able to prove to the state of Colorado that they had benefits which exceeded the family program. And if they could do so, then they could opt out of this. Is that correct?
I don't know, Pat, do you know if that's for private employers? There was conversation about if you could prove that you had a comparable or better program. Private?
Yes.
Yes, so private or public, as long as you could prove you had a comparable or better program. I was on a call today with Employers Council, who is one of our largest human resources consultant in the Colorado area. And no one has yet to come up with a program that is comparable or submit that to the state.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member questions? Well, I don't have any question. You've done a great job of
thank
answering
you.
all of my questions. Thank you, Ms. Macklin. So then the public hearing is closed. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2022-141. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2022-141 by title?
Resolution number 2022-141, opting out of Colorado's paid family medical leave insurance program, family public hearing.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Marshall-Shin.
I move that resolution number 2022-141 be rejected.
Oh, is there a second?
I'll second.
Is there a second? Okay, so we have a motion and a second to reject this resolution. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Marshall-Shin.
Thank you, Mayor. I strongly oppose opting out of this program. I'm going to start off with the basic thing to me is we're talking about this the wrong way. As Councilmember Cohen mentioned, this is not an employee benefit like a health insurance. It's not you pay a premium, you get a benefit. This is a social program. The fact that we're talking about this tonight is a testament to frankly, the disgrace that is the United States of America, that we are one of the few countries that don't offer family leave as a national right. The fact that we should be doing this at the state level is ridiculous, but here we are. So the state of Colorado tried to find a way to fund it the best way we possibly can. And this is what we did. This is like Social Security. My Social Security premiums that I pay are not my retirement savings. They're a social safety net program, no different than any other welfare program. They just have a dedicated income revenue source. That's what this is. This is a dedicated income revenue source for this program that benefits everybody. You know, as Councilmember Cohen said, I work for IBM. I get 12 weeks paid family leave if I need it, but I'm still going to pay for this. I'm going to pay $18 a paycheck towards this benefit so that the person who works at the grocery store can have family leave if they need it. That's why I support this program. And frankly, the fact that we're trying to opt out when nobody else can is the wrong message to be sending. I do believe we should pay 100% of the premiums, though. That being said, I also don't believe that what we are offering currently is comparable. I hadn't looked at Broomfield CCOB benefits prior to this, but the fact that we don't offer a full family leave benefit package to me is something we should probably be looking at in the future. I understand what we have, but I do think that sick time and vacation time should not be used for paternity, maternity leave, et cetera. And I just don't believe it's the right message to send to our, trying to figure out how to say this the best. We as a culture have a terrible mindset work-wise. The Great Resignation should show us anything. It's that this idea that the best employees are the ones who never take time off, who work themselves to the bone, is unhealthy. It is unhealthy for our mental health collectively as a country. And to not offer this benefit and to not pay into the benefit, in my opinion, is the wrong message to be sending to both the CCOB employees and to the community at large. So for that reason, I'm obviously supporting my motion to reject the opt-out. I would consider voting to opt in as long as we put a comparable, or not comparable, but a future benefit that's in addition to vacation and sick time for employees. But that said, I am supporting rejecting this, and I do think that if we do reject it, we should pay 100% of the benefits. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with pretty much everything Councilmember Marsh Holston said in terms of we shouldn't be forcing our employees to use sick paid for maternity leave or for paternity leave, because that's not covered under short-term disability. But I do think that since we're not, employees will not be receiving a benefit for this first year, and there are still a number of questions about this program that the state has created, which I know I supported when it was on the ballot in 2020. I will be voting to opt out for this year only, and would like to revisit it at the end of next year, and we can reevaluate what is the program, how is the state's program going? Is it something we want to opt into, et cetera? And I just think it's a shame that the state didn't have these questions ironed out before having our communities make a vote. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Schaaf?
Thanks, Mayor. So, I mean, we talk about equity a lot, especially recently, and that word even came up tonight. And I think that, when we look at this Family Act program, this is all about equity, right? It's the people with the most are providing, to the people that have the least. And that's what this program is set up to do. I think the failing point of this program is it's not achieving what it's set out to do, and it's coming late. And some of those rulemakings are not where they need to be. My inclination coming in tonight was to continue this conversation, to not vote on it tonight, but even, sometimes just kicking the can down the road without knowing what I need in order to make the vote. I just don't know if I'm there. I don't feel right about opting in or staying with the program, because I don't think that that's the right move at this point. But it gives me a lot of trouble to opt out of the program. So I'm sitting in a little bit of turmoil, but I don't think I can support declining the resolution tonight.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. This one's giving me a little bit of heartache. I think a 1-year delay is prudent, and that's my position, is to support the opt-out tonight with a change in the language for a 1-year review.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lim.
I wish that we had the information. If we delay for 1 year, if the benefits will be forthcoming immediately. The question that Councilmember Cohen asked, I think, that certainly is my hesitation. And I wish someone had gotten an answer to that question before we had to vote on this matter. And I think that goes back to, I wish we had a study session on this before we voted on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I concur. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I will keep this short. I actually appreciate Councilmember Lindstedt's suggestion to just revisit this in a year, give us a year to see how this all plays out. And I'll just make one comment on this equity piece. And as we talk about paternity leave, I kind of wanted to stay, I didn't really want to suggest any of this, but I'm a mom of 5 kids. Honestly, I need more time at home with my children than my husband does. And that's why I want to thank our staff for all the work that they put into this, because we do offer good benefits here. And I just appreciate all you've done. And I totally support coming back to this in a year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Yeah, briefly, I don't have as many concerns about opting out of it as maybe some of my colleagues do. You know, I think what was lost early on, a couple of points. Number one, it sounds like that this statute regulation was allowing municipalities to opt out for a reason. It sounds like it really was geared towards private companies that don't already offer the services and benefits that municipalities do. And, you know, I think what's being lost out a lot, also being lost in this conversation, and a lot of the outrage I'm hearing is that the city of Broomfield does offer all these benefits. So it's, you know, let's not lose back to the fact that, you know, there doesn't seem to be, and this is what I think our employment council, you know, what their conclusion was, that there wasn't any real benefit to the employees of the city of Broomfield here, that these are already benefits that they enjoy as an employee of the city. And it's only going to cost them an additional, whatever, 0.45% of their wages to basically receive, for the most part, it sounded like duplicative services. So I'm not real sure, you know, why we would want to do it at this point, but I do appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I do note that Councilmember Lindstedt wants to see this in a year. Well, he will not be here in a year. Easy for him to say, most likely. Fingers crossed. So I am in favor of opting out and not in favor of the current motion.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Cohen?
For you.
Frankel?
I would just say, I'm hearing, and I had the same feeling going into this meeting, that we needed more time. And I'm hearing several council members saying, wishing they had more time. So would there be any support for a resolution that we just delay this to a December vote so that we have that time to take full consideration, since we haven't had a study session? I don't know if Councilmember Marshall would be interested in going that route.
Do I have to answer that? I don't know. Is the answer, I'm sorry, I don't mean like, is there like a motion or amendment or something like?
Well, procedurally, you can move to table at any time during a discussion.
So if you,
So there's Robert's rules, you could do that. We have a scheduling issue, and then you have the, you know, you could call the question and we could get into a Robert's rule heyday.
so like a substitute motion or to table this until December and hold a study session on it on 11/15?
That would be the option. I think that's the only date available for a study session. That's the last meeting before is that the last meeting before the end of the year?
We could do it on December 6th, unless you all want to stay late on the 15th. But that said, so if that's the decision to move to to December 6th, we'll do a robust job to collect those questions. The questions that are on the table right now are the questions that we've just from managing expectations when we come into the 6th for a study session series. They don't have answers to those questions, but we can absolutely circle back with those lists of questions and see if they've made any progress in the last few weeks on getting kind of those fundamental questions answered.
I would just say, I think it would be, I think we have 600 employees, 800, 20 people met without getting feedback. This would allow time for city employees to get more information, as well as council members if we want to go that route.
Just one added scheduling. If we did table this for a study session, we do need another meeting to bring this matter back for a vote.
That would be 12/6.
That would be 12/6.
We have 3 items at the 11:15 study session. We're estimated 4.3 hours. Is it okay that okay. We're in new territory now. I'm looking ahead. We have a transportation update, which could be abbreviated. The residential growth ordinance, which was the study session that we did request. Makes sense to put it there, you know. I did request a study session on this months ago. So now you see why. And I knew that it was going to be a lot of questions because 60% of Broomfield voters voted for this, and it was a voter-approved referendum. And for us to reject a voter-approved referendum, it needs to come with a lot of justification because we're doing what I call one of the 7 deadly sins of municipal government. Never go against a voter-approved referendum. And this is what gives me pause. I don't know if somebody was still speaking, but I have something to say. I'm worried that the most vulnerable workers will slip through the cracks. If we opt out, sure, they can elect for individual wage replacement, but there's an added hurdle of individually applying and electing coverage, figuring out how to submit payment and obstacles that other workers in Colorado aren't going to face. And it will negatively affect employee morale and satisfaction. Additional obstacles to participation will most adversely affect low-wage and vulnerable workers who will face challenges to navigating an individual family election and may not have sufficient paid leave during an unexpected life event or crisis. Moreover, many individuals who individually elect coverage in this situation will not receive the job protection benefits that they would receive if the local government remains in the program. The fears of job security among local government employees will affect job satisfaction, recruitment, and retention. And also the family program has portability so that it can provide seamless coverage, whereas these other programs aren't portable. So those are the reasons why I really support the program. And I understand the reasons for waiting, and I totally think that would be fair to revisit this in a year if all of the bugs haven't been worked out. But I did know council would have a lot more hesitation to just go in and say, no, even though the voters said yes, you can't have it. It's a tough choice for us. So we're in a different position, and we're not going to benefit from any of this, but upholding the will of the voters is very important to me. Marsh Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to amend my motion to table this discussion until 12:06 and place this on the 10:15, or should be 11:15 study session.
Say that again.
Can I actually
Yeah.
switch this?
Okay.
So I think Councilmember Marsh Holston, it would be appropriate for you to withdraw the current motion and then make a motion to table this
The
discussion.
substitute. So I'd like to withdraw my motion and offer substitute motion to table this discussion until the 12:06 council meeting and place this on the 11:15 study session agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Any discussion? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think that if we are to continue this conversation and put it to a study session, I think that we need to offer the questions and the issues that we have to staff so that they have ample time to look into those matters. I mean, like I said earlier today, I think that, you know, by us just continuing this, I think we're going to be in the same spot come December. So I do worry about that. But if there are some legit concerns that we have, some legit you know, issues that staff can look into for us, I think that we need to provide those tonight so that we don't end up in the same spot in December.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I want to echo Councilmember Schaaf just said. I'm very skeptical that anything is going to change in the next few weeks. And I'd like to specifically hear, you know, what questions that are outstanding from my colleagues that would warrant pushing this down the road. I don't have any additional question. I think it was pretty clear the pros and the negatives of this proposal. So I would want to know exactly what's going to happen in the next couple of weeks that warrants this to get pushed down the road. It's not clear to me that anything's going to change. So.
Thank you. And a key factor while I was going, through this agenda item was that the employers and or the employees were asked, given that opportunity to provide feedback. And maybe it didn't get out to the employees, but so I could ask a question now, I'm not sure. But just what was that communication and was that buried somewhere or was it accessible where they actually would have responded? Because despite what the voters voted for, it's what the employees want, which is most critical here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. So we have a weekly communication called Together We Thrive. It's a newsletter that goes out to all employees on Friday afternoon. So employees know that that is our key place to communicate critical issues. So there was a notification sent out in the Together We Thrive to all employees. There was also a separate email that was emailed to all City and County of Broomfield employees with the same information notification that this meeting was happening tonight, what the vote was around, inviting their feedback to council ahead of time, which is where some of these employees ended up submitting emails to you in advance, and inviting them to come tonight as well if they wanted to come voice their feedback.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. So that they would have actually seen that communication and maybe not fully digested, but at least been aware of it enough to raise a concern.
Correct. So the state's requirement is that we provide 24 hours notification. We actually provided 4 days notification to ensure that every employee had an opportunity to see that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Just real quickly to answer the Mayor Pro Tem, I think one reason just to delay is that we need more time to think about it, but also, I learned things tonight that weren't in the memo. So I think it'd be worthwhile just considering we're talking about it, potentially eliminating a potential benefit for an entire year. I don't think another couple of weeks harms the process.
Councilmember Lim.
Thought I stated my question was as if the employee opts in individually, if the employee opts in individually, what is their delay in receiving benefits, if there is one? So if the individual opts in individually in 2023, do their own benefits delay until 2024, just as if as if we had made the decision for the entire Broomfield staff to be able to opt in? And then my other question is if we revisit this in a year, and we opt in for the 2024 year, do our employees then not receive the benefit until 2025? Got it. Yeah. Those were my specific questions.
Councilmember Lim, on your first question, that is correct. Irrespective of whether Broomfield participates or not, the intent is that people will pay premiums in for 2023 and the benefits will not be eligible until 2024. There is no clarity on what will happen for people who opt in next year when benefits will be available. Pat, do you have anything different to add?
Trying to do legal research on the fly, but I'm not finding anything.
Okay, so there's no clarity on an individual's reception of benefits when they opt in at a later time, and there is no clarity at this point in the entity of Broomfield opting in later and when employee benefits would happen.
Yeah, the only active language speaks to benefits will not be available till 2024.
And have we asked this question of the state? Can we ask it again? I mean, is there hope?
We could certainly ask the question again.
Okay.
So I don't know what you've seen from they have an incredibly extensive website that has
saw it.
every Q&A. And this question was not posed nor answered.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Linstat.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think in December, we will probably make the same decision with a one-year delay, but I'm happy to delay and let us think about this further. So, because it is a big decision. So I'm supportive of the motion presented before us.
Thank you, Councilmember Marshall-Olson.
So just what Councilmember Lindsay just said, I don't expect my vote to change in the timeframe. I strongly support keeping all employees in this program. I also support Broomfield paying the premiums because this is not, like I said, this is not designed to be an individual benefit. This is designed to be a social program like any other social program that is funded by a specific dedicated revenue source. So we pay in so everybody can benefit, and that's what it is. And I do think we should pay the entire premium. So, and someone making $100,000 a year is going to pay bi-monthly of $18 a month. So it's not that big of a burden. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So now we're going to vote on Councilmember Marshall-Olson's amended amendment, correct? The motion to table to the 12-6 meeting and add it to the 11-15 study session. All in favor? Any opposed? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezerski.
No.
Leslie. Lim,
Yes.
Linstead,
Yes.
Marshall-Olson,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Ward.
Yes.
That passes 8-1. All right, so we're good on the calendaring. And is that it for this piece then? Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much, Ms. Macklin and Ms. Gilbert. We'll be talking to you on the 15th. All right, the city and county attorney's report is next. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report? What? Oh, yeah, I'm so sorry. Do you want to take our break?
I don't have a report. You can, so you can
Well,
take a
we
break
still
and come
have
back to
some
agenda. Yeah,
things.
we
Let's
still
go
have
ahead
a
and take
couple
our, I'm
matters.
so sorry, it's 8:43. It's way past our 8 o'clock break. So we're going to take a 10-minute recess and we'll be back at 8:53. Thank you.
Yeah.
The city and county attorney's report. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
No, thank you, Mayor.
Next, can someone check with city and county manager Hoffman if she has a report? No, Mayor? Awesome. Okay. There are no legislative updates or any business before the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority or the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors this evening. Additionally, there are no special reports. As City Manager Hoffman mentioned earlier this evening, items 18B and 18C have been removed at the request of Councilmember Leslie. Therefore, we'll only review item 18A. I want to remind council that this is not the time for a policy discussion on the substance of the requested topics. Rather, this is the opportunity for council to provide staff direction on whether or not council desires staff to dedicate time and resources to this request. The first and only item is Councilmember Schaaf's request for future action is directing staff to prepare a plan, including financial implications, to implement a regional-wide minimum wage by 2024. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So in 2019, the state legislature removed the preemption for local governments to establish a local minimum wage. With that, they also provided the opportunity for local governments to collaborate on that and establish a regional minimum wage. Shortly thereafter, the Boulder County Consortium of Cities started to have conversations regarding the local minimum wage and what that would look like as a region. Broomfield, City and County of Broomfield continues to participate in the Boulder County Consortium of Cities and in those conversations. And with that, I have continued those conversations. In this past year, the consortium established a working group to look into the local minimum wage and looking at this as establishing a regional wage. With that, we have had a initial conversation with the state and presentation. We invited local electeds from the Front Range, from basically Lakewood all the way to Fort Collins along the Front Range. And we presented what this would look like, what the law establishes us to do, what are some of the self-sufficiency reports that support why this is needed. At this point, the local governments are kind of going back to their own jurisdictions to say, is this a conversation that we should continue with? Is this regional participation? Should we look at this more as an insular idea? Or is this something that we should forget and not continue to move forward with? So, you know, my involvement at this point has been one of the leads with that working group. And so wanting to get some direction from the rest of the council, how we proceed from this point. You were all invited to that initial presentation. I know that some of you were able to attend and got some of that information. And so hopefully you have some idea of where this is going and what this would look like. So I'm asking for your support to continue those conversations, to continue to engage with staff on this conversation and looking at this in a regional way. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in person. If there's anyone who'd like to be heard on this agenda item, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Roxy Jula Lackamore. I've been working for many years and I watched the minimum wage change and it's still changing. Our state is still changing and making it more and more. If you keep raising the minimum wage, your small businesses will have to close up or go away. They will not be able to pay because everything costs so much here in Broomfield. You would just be making it worse if you raise the minimum wage within Broomfield. We have a large amount of industrial people already and or high-tech people already that make a lot of money. the wage needs to stay at where the small businesses can still prosper. Don't get too carried away. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Questions from city council are next. Are there any comments or questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Quick comments, and this would be maybe for staff. Pay attention. I think this is a very worthy subject that Councilmember Schaaf brings up. I do worry about the time and expense that this would take from the city levels to take this on. So I'm just wondering what would be appropriate. I think we handled a few other requests like this lately. Would be to really put this on our focus session in February or March or whenever that is scheduled, and sort of address it at that point. And then if that becomes one of our priorities for the next year, I think then we can schedule more in-depth conversations. So I don't know if Councilmember Schaaf would be okay with that, or it's a suggestion.
Sure, go ahead.
I would be interested to hear staff's response to your first question, though.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem. The first part of the question was
Well, just,
having it be on the focus session?
Right, addressing it at the focus session in February or March, and sort of bringing it, sort of an entire discussion at that point. And if, council is on board, then schedule the in-depth sometime next year. So I'm guessing it's kind of what the timeframe would be anyways, given that it's already, you're already looking into the next year anyways for study sessions, I imagine.
We absolutely are, yes, and building those out. So we just went through the 2023 goal setting and attached the KPIs. We're finalizing those. We're finalizing the KPIs next week, but the goals have been identified. Councilmember Schaaf and I've had conversations about this issue. And it's like any other issue that's going to come up that requires a heavy staff lift, which it is. We'll have to reallocate resources, human resources. Council can certainly help us identify what is either going to be pushed out and or from a time frame perspective, it's limited resources. In addition to that, I'm sure council read the email. It's not only time and human resources, it's also financial resources. So we just came off of one item that is estimated to be about 900,000. We're estimating this one to be about 1.3 million. That would be for the first year of shoring them up. Council would have to decide, and the reason I state this is the research that will have to go into exactly what that, is it a CCOB specific? Is it a CCOB wide? From the level of communication, the chamber will have to be engaged. It's a big lift. So Colorado minimum wage right now is $13.65. Denver's minimum wage, as we've all been reading about, 9% increase, which is $17.29. Where I'll drive up and down 120th, where the starting wage is $18 at good times. So again, at council's direction, staff can shift and adjust. Staff is also going to be coming back with a budget adjustment as we move into 2023 for increases for existing staff from 3.5 to 5%. In the past, we've always kind of backed into that. It doesn't go towards the minimum wage conversation, but it's a comprehensive conversation about the accurately determining what the financial impacts are.
I guess to summarize from my standpoint, I do support having this discussion. I think procedurally, I'd like to see it on our focus session in February, March, mostly to, as you mentioned, to determine, where this sets in our, in our priority list of things. So I think that's it.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Marshall Olson.
I was just wanted to state my support for moving forward with this. I don't have a problem with doing what Councilmember Drzezinski mentioned of putting on the study session. I guess on that question, I would ask that is it possible for us to get for that study session, is it for that focus session in February, is it possible for us to get kind of like a high level overview of what the year looks like, what staff's view of the year study sessions sort of look like? And then we can take that and kind of prioritize our year based on that, I guess is the question. But yeah, I support Councilmember Schaaf's efforts on this and I want to continue it.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I appreciate the insight that city managers gave us. I was thinking along the same lines that, you can go to King Supers and get a job for $18 an hour right now. So I just don't see the benefit. In preparation for this, I did talk to some small business owners, and what I'm hearing from them is it's not necessary. Like, they're already paying more than these wages would be. And it gets complex because it's not always just a straight wage. In the restaurant industry, you're getting tips and other and benefit packages are different. And it's also not as simple as just raising the minimum wage. There is an unintended consequence of the impact on the business, which I don't understand how the city staff is going to be able to determine that impact of it. So I'm with the priorities. I would like to wait. I would support what Mayor Pro Tem suggested of just, looking at this at a further date. But before we put really much time or money into it all, we need to understand, what are we really going to gain out of this exercise? So I am not in support of this at this time. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Just real quickly says support Councilmember Schaaf's approach. I do think a regional approach is wise and we avoid the patchwork. Just as an aside, I work in Denver. Denver indexes minimum wage to inflation, to the CPI. So it's been a good year for minimum wage. It will go up 9% in next year and be 17.29. So there's one benefit to high inflation, not money, but that's one benefit that will equate to $36,000 a year full time, which is still doesn't make housing affordable, but it does provide a somewhat livable wage. And just real quickly, there is a mythology that all increases the minimum wage reduce the number of jobs available. There's a number of reports out there that minimum wage doesn't actually increasing, does not reduce the number of worked hours in businesses. And in particularly in fast food restaurants, you see a stabilizing of the workforce because people are paid enough to stay in that job and not leave. Those businesses are often hit with workers who come and go. And the end result of increasing minimum wage is actually stabilized employment force and can have positive effects overall. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
I do appreciate the regional approach. And could Councilmember Schaaf comment on where the other local municipalities are in this issue? So if it does, it does make sense to do it regionally. So how much dependency is there with our decision to move forward versus, in conjunction with other municipalities' decisions to move forward? Where are they in the process?
Yeah, I think that to answer your question, we're all having these conversations right now. So some municipalities are moving forward. They've decided that they're moving forward. Boulder is in that group. They've had this conversation going on a lot longer than the rest of us municipalities within our small region. There are some municipalities that participated in our presentation that are moving forward. Edgewater is moving forward. Fort Collins is moving forward. They will establish a new minimum wage January 1st of 2023. So those two communities are much further ahead in their processes than this regional group. The one benefit to looking at this in a regional way is so that communities aren't surprised and left behind in the conversation. And so that was something that we really tried to do, was to try to cast a wide net to ensure that people had the information that these conversations were happening, and that if they wanted to participate in those, that there was information being discussed. So I think that right now, a lot of the municipalities that are not already committed to moving forward are deciding this with their respective jurisdictions right now.
Councilmember Linstat.
Thank you, Mayor. Broomfield is very different than Kit Carson County and many other counties around the state. So I think it makes a lot of sense to do this regionally instead of statewide or in a county by county basis. I support moving forward with our municipalities as best we can. I don't know. It sounds like there isn't really a set time frame, but however folks start moving forward at critical mass, I think we should move forward with them because it's overdue for us to address this issue. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Schaaf and I have had a few discussions on this particular topic, so I do support moving forward with this potential agenda item.
Thank you. Anyone else want to weigh in? Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you. I do support this. I do want to wait until February, March to see we can kind of flesh things out regionally and talk to our neighbors even more. And I do think that it is important to a lot of us on council and our constituents, but definitely if it's such a heavy lift, I think that we need to really prepare for it. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, it seems like we have consensus to move forward. Now, the when is what we should iron out. Like, do you guys think we should address this at our next focus session in February, early March? Or is it something that, well, the way it is to calendar things, it may not get on a calendar before then anyway, without taking on an extra meeting. So is anybody opposed? And you tell me, Councilmember Schaaf, this is, what would you like to see in terms of moving it forward?
Yeah, so I guess what I'm hoping to find, not only for staff to get the direction, but also my message back to the consortium is, yeah, Broomfield's going to continue to move forward with these conversations, or Broomfield's not going to. I need to know that. To wait until the focus session, I mean, we can. It just puts some pressure on some other people to say, you know what, forget it, we're moving forward without Broomfield. So that's what I'm looking for tonight, is to find out how are we moving forward. If we put it on to the focus session, that puts things within question of whether or not we're moving it forward. So that kind of just delays the conversation a little bit. If we decide that says, yes, we support this and we can want to continue moving forward, that provides me some direction in which I can bring back to the consortium.
Well, I did feel that council was supportive overall. So there's some information you could relay, and we are moving forward, but it's just the timing that I don't know. And I'll go to you, Councilmember Marshallson.
Could we say that, yes, we are moving forward regionally, but we'll push the detail study session type of thing off to the February, March focus session? Does that work?
So I think I guess I look to staff a little bit with the focus session, because the focus session to me puts things up in the air a little bit. The conversation is what are we going to focus on? One of those focus sessions was a former idea that Councilmember Marshallson brought forward regarding the rental property registration. And that is going to be something that appears on the focus session. So if the focus session is going to be, 10 topics and we choose 4 of them, then this topic may not be on one of those 4, and we may not move forward on it. So I think that it determines, I guess it depends upon how staff is looking at that focus session. What are you all thinking? Just provide some insight in terms of that. For me, that would help.
Sure, I appreciate that, Councilmember Schaaf. We're in the position now that we haven't been in before, in that we've discussed the goals. So from a staff perspective, we presented the goals, we talked about the goals for 2023, and then the direction was to attach KPIs to each one of those goals. And so that's been staff's focus is in that area. And dollars attached, right? One of the items was when staff brings anything forward, they're going to have fiscal notes. And that goes for not just developments, but for any one of these. And this one this one is complex. It's been in the 3-year plan. So we last year, council will remember, we had a shoring up of the applying the Federal Fair Pay Act. So we had some movement that we needed to adjust. And then at the end of the year, we did the deeper dive with the ranges. We were the only municipality that adjusted to update the ranges so we wouldn't have stale information anymore. The second part of that was the beginning part of this year, which is those individuals on the range, it created compression. So when we go through and we look line by line, position by position, are their job descriptions accurate? And is their pay for their performance accurate? We all know that Broomfield does not do COLAs. We are a pay for performance organization. If we shift that, that requires a philosophical conversation that we have not had before. We've always been pay for performance. What happens when you move anyone from a level, we're finding it now when we move that range. Compression is a completely different conversation, which means now we're bringing people in, people that have been here a long time, we're bringing new people in. The range dictates what the range is. So compression is when you bring somebody in and somebody else has been here, there's that bumping up. Then you have to address that. That's what we're doing this year. So we're looking at a 1.8 request from council, 1.8 million in 2023 to shore up to ensure that our range and our ability to pay merit is higher than the 3%. So we're recommending 3.5 to 5%. That's the next phase that we've been telling employees that we're going to do. The third year was looking at minimum wage. And again, what that looks like is that compression piece. So if we say minimum wage is now going to be X amount, those employees that are just above minimum wage that have been here and have experience are then going to feel that compression piece. So then you have to make another adjustment. So again, to Councilmember Anderson's point, we won't be able to articulate or estimate or forecast for the rest of the city and county of Broomfield. We can do it for our employees. And the information that we have right now for our employees, we can gather the costs. We know it's 1.35, but that doesn't include the compression. So that is something that we have to do in parallel when we do these adjustments. So any one adjustment, it's like popping that balloon. It's going to impact somewhere else. And I say all that just to give you a sense of the complexity of the lift of what this looks like. So we're from a goal perspective, we will look to council to help us identify where we shift in those goals that we've identified. So it's not saying it's not a plug and play, right? But it's not a prioritization. It's definitely a reallocation of where we spend our focus and our time with the existing goals that have been identified. That is something that we can do before February, March at council direction.
Oh, okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
I want to jump in. I think I'm overcomplicated this. For me, I think everyone wants to talk about it, but my whole point was that anything that we add to our plate or the staff's plate takes the place of something else. So I think regardless of whether we put this on an agenda, whenever, but we're gonna have that discussion in February, March as to what do we want to focus on. And if it's going to be this, then that's great. Maybe it is this, but then we're going to take something off we have a finite resources, I think is the ultimate point that I was trying to make. So this may be worthy, but I think we have to I think one way or the other, we're gonna have to have that discussion, what comes off if this goes on. I think we have to have that discussion. We usually do have that discussion every year or two. So I think that's, I'm sorry, I think we overcomplicated this. I think it's just, okay, we want to move forward. Let's talk about it. I don't know. But one way or the other, we're going to have to talk about it in February.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel?
Sometimes when we work regionally, we can also work regionally with staff and the data points for that. So are other counties willing to put forth their efforts together versus us moving forward with ours and then moving forward with theirs? If we're really going to work together as a region, as an end game, what does that look like on the front end for staff really collaborating?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So, that is part of the conversation at this point already. Boulder County has been providing staff support for this conversation already. City of Boulder has been providing staff support as well. So I think that is the benefit with going regional, is that you have more staff looking into these data points. The data points don't necessarily differentiate a great deal between municipality to municipality, even county to county. Amongst the counties that we looked at, from Larimer County all the way down to Jefferson County, the similarities between self-sufficiency wages are very similar. And so the data points look, kind of, I guess to your point, the lift isn't as great. But I do think that each of these organizations are going to have to look at their own budgets individually. And so that's where some of that staff resource is going to come. But there is some shared resource with doing this regionally.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Because every time, and a lot of us know this when we go and we represent our area, right, in Broomfield with other county commissioners, well, they have probably 10 times the staff that we have too. So we could be working on one issue and have one staff member, whereas other counties might be able to put 3 staff members on it. So if they want our input and they want us to move forward with it, they would also have to understand the sort of equity piece on where constraints might be staff-wise in comparison to where their county might be. But I think the intention is there. I think that we do want to work as a region as to, really study this. I think other counties might have to realize that we might not be, we always call ourselves lean and mean, but at a certain point, sometimes we are just lean, and we really have to really take care of what we can take care of and what we can control. But I do think it is worth the conversation. I just don't know what that would look like as far as our staff compared to their staff at that time.
Councilmember Lim?
My process-oriented mind heard something from staff that introduced a different idea. So if we have to, you have a plan to eventually get to this minimum wage conversation, but you have foreseen steps that need to definitely precede, in your mind, the minimum wage conversation. Am I understanding what you're saying correctly? And then if we suddenly in the focus session stepped in and said, it is our top priority to talk about minimum wage, can you pivot to give up your staged plan for minimum wage and jump into minimum wage?
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's not a shift in priorities, right? It literally is a reallocation. And along with that, this is a big dollar ticket item. And I understand the prior conversation about the social equity and us paying. I mean, again, so these are big dollars that we're talking about here. So it's not only a reallocation of staff time, it's a reallocation of dollars that have already been programmed, that for this to happen, something else is not going to happen. Can we pivot? Absolutely, we can pivot.
So you could, where you said the next step you're going to do in 2023 is analyze the compression that has been caused already. If we start talking about minimum wage, then you introduce that compression will be another conversation after minimum wage. So can we skip that compression conversation for next year and jump right into minimum wage and have things work?
No, and let me tell you why. It's a different population that we're talking about. So right now, the compression for the employees are those full-time and part-time employees that are not, so we identified 500 employees that were under the 1365, at or under. Of those, 70% were under the age of 18, and those are our seasonal, like our junior park rangers, rec, all of those folks. That is not the population that we're talking about compression right now. Compression will occur with those, when we talk about the shoring up that minimum wage population, that minimum wage conversation creates compression in the employees that are full-time and part-time. The compression that we're talking about right now was when we moved the ranges. So getting out ahead of where our ranges from a market perspective, again, market and merit, we made the decision, and council was supportive last year, to increase the market and to increase the merit. So compression this year looks to be, again, about 1.8 million for the to be able to increase the range, kind of what Council Member Cohen was talking about in Denver. Theirs is attached to the CPI. So you have two different populations that when you make one adjustment, it adds compression, and you have to deal with that.
And I guess my question would be, so if when in our focus on equity is with minimum wage is obviously the lower end of the salary level. So the compression that you're looking at next year, are we talking about helping the ranges at the $200,000 level of salary? Or are we talking about compression that improving that issue where it'll be across the board so that we can at least say we're not looking
Latter.
at just helping the high end?
It's absolutely the latter.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Oh, sure, Councilmember Anderson.
I just want a quick clarification. We're not just talking about the minimum wage in the city and county of Broomfield and the employees here. This is a region, like all of Broomfield, right? If Councilmember Schaaf can answer that. Thank you.
Yeah, correct. So Denver instituted a local minimum wage years ago. That's for the entire city and county of Denver, not just the governmental employees. They established a minimum wage that is higher than the state's minimum wage. Fort Collins, Edgewater, they will be next to establish a minimum wage for their entire cities, not just their government workers, that will be above the state minimum wage.
Thank you for that clarification. It just seems like that adds a different, I feel like we're having two different conversations about, like, within the city and county, and then city and county wide. So you can clarify the pivot, what you're talking about, because we're talking about just the city and county employees, and now we're talking about like a really big pivot.
Well, so again, our only pivot would be that we have a plan right now, and that we would pivot from compression from one population to another. So again, it would be shoring up the minimum wage, but you have to deal with that compression issue. As far as the enactment, city county wide, that would, I mean, our Rotary would have to, be meeting and communicating with their folks. The Broomfield Chamber would have to be doing their own, marketing effort and what the impacts would be. The Small Business Association, all of those private entities would be in the mix of having that communication with their tenants, their population. That's why it seems like there's two different ones. I mean, I don't think we can estimate. We don't have a business registration. We have licensing, but we don't have, I mean, we can get anecdotal information, again, which adds to the, if we're going to do this, we're all in, right? We can't kind of pick and choose what staff would be looking for and tracking and estimating, and then it would be the communication piece.
Well, I remember when this passed 2 years ago, and it was very exciting, but we knew that we would need a long on-ramp of stakeholder engagement, which includes everybody that's going to be impacted. And yeah, it's a big lift, but you know, the state legislature gave us this ability for a reason. And we can do hard things. We've done hard things. We got through a pandemic, and I think shying away from, you know, hard things isn't why a lot of us ran for office. A lot of us ran to improve the lives of the people that live here. And I think it's definitely worth entertaining a discussion on how we can engage the community on this, and all of the impacted businesses and workers and everyone involved, and do it together with our regional partners. So I'm open to, you know, either putting this on a future agenda for a study session or waiting till February. And I defer to Councilmember Schaaf to tell me what he prefers, because you brought this forward.
Well, I think what I prefer is, you know, the idea, I mean, there's some elementary, or there's some low-level questions in terms of what the state statute allows us to do, what the process has to be according to that state statute. And I think clarifying some of those questions are going to be important for us to be able to move forward with this. The process that the state statute lays out is similar to what City and County Manager Hoffman described, in that we do have to engage with the chamber. We do have to engage with our small businesses. So that process for what we have to do to go down the road is already established. But I think getting some clarification on what that process looks like is going to be important. But you know, to put this on the focus session to decide yes or no, this is going to be a topic that we choose to look at in 2023, or is going to be a priority for 2023. You know, I think it puts some, it doesn't provide enough clarity for me in whether or not we're moving forward. But if we were to say, yeah, we're going to schedule a study session to really look at this in a much more comprehensive manner, I think that would give me a little bit more certainty at this point. So I guess I'm looking to my council colleagues to figure out kind of where we're going with this.
Thank you for that. All right, so we'll do a straw poll. Who is in favor of scheduling it on a study session sooner than February? The two choices will be focus session or sooner.
I think we need to know whether that's even a possibility. I mean, just given,
Well, anything's possible.
well, you're right, anything's possible, whether it's
We
practical.
can set meetings whenever we want with
Right.
6 of us.
I know, but it's just whether it's practical or not, I guess is the question.
So we're currently looking, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, we're currently looking at the schedule for 2023. So I don't have that information in front of me of what is kind of already on the docket. But again, at direction of council, if you want it to happen before the March focus session, we'll just have to fit it in. It just might bump something else, but I don't know what that looks like yet.
And I think that's just been my point all along, is that we can't take any decision in isolation. And making this decision just is bumping somebody, potentially bumping someone else's priority. And I don't know who that is or what that is. But that's just the only point that I'm making, is that regardless of what we, or when we schedule this, we're gonna have to have a focus section at some point to decide what we're gonna do and what we're not doing in the next year or two. So, I mean, this is kind of a long moot conversation to some extent, because that focus session has to happen one way or the other.
True. Councilmember Marshall.
I guess from my thinking, I'm hearing two different things. One question is, are we moving forward as a regional for regional minimum wage increase? And then there's the question of how is the CCOB implemented for internal staff? Those are two different things to me. I fully support moving forward with a regional minimum wage increase. Frankly, that should be indexed and all that other things. But as I think that discussion probably should happen sooner. How CCOB handles it for internal staff is, to me, not as important as the other discussion, I guess. I mean, it has to happen at the same time, but it doesn't have to happen as soon, I guess, so it sounds like there's already the email looked like there's already a set way of doing that. Is that right?
So that's what Jennifer was talking about, or City Manager Hoffman was talking about in regards to the process we're currently in, where that third year of this process was to look at the minimum wage for
So,
internal CCOB staff.
Under that process, so the regional approach, my understanding is that they want it to start January 1st, 2024, right? Would that line up with what the staff is already doing for internal payments?
I'm trying to remember when that process would start. I thought minimum wage was 2024, but I'd have to verify that.
So it seems to me that that's a heavier lift than the actual, it doesn't seem to me that a regional minimum wage increase is as heavy lift as the internal part of it is. So that's my thought.
But if we pass it throughout the county, city, it would impact the city and county of Broomfield. So I think that's where they both come together.
Right. So that's my thought. I support moving forward as soon as possible.
I was looking at the January 17th study session. We just have one item, which is updates to zoning and building codes, long-range plans. It says 3 hours.
So Mayor, that's not updated because we have a
Oh.
running doc that staff's working on internally with all the topics that are coming up. So I don't know if that's 100% accurate. We have a separate doc where we're trying to iron out all the dates for the study sessions.
Okay. Well, let me go back to my straw poll then. Right? Do we have everybody here still? Okay, so if you're in favor of putting it on a study session sooner than later, raise your little thumb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so consensus is to get it on the study session calendar sooner than later. All right, thank you, everyone. And that concludes the items on this evening's agenda. Is there any other business to come before council? Seeing none, the council meeting is adjourned. Now we will reset for our study session
We'll need about 5 minutes, Mayor.
in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank
The Access Live event is in music hold.
Good evening and welcome to this evening's study session of the City Council. Agendas for study sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at broomfield.org. Our agenda this evening includes only one study session item. Seeing there are no concept reviews on the agenda this evening, there will not be any public comment. The study session will be televised on Channel 8 and through live video streaming on Broomfield's website. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. Our first and only agenda item this evening is to continue our discussion of possible amendments to the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding firearms. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin our discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Nancy Rogers, the City and County Attorney. With me this evening is Courtney Tiemann, Senior City and County Attorney. We also have members of our public health staff and members of the Broomfield Police Department here. Thank you for mentioning the staff memorandum, council member. I do want to remind the individuals listening, watching this meeting, that there is a lot of information in the staff memorandums that are linked to the agenda. So I encourage people to review that in an effort to get to the discussion that we all want council to have tonight. This presentation will not cover all the points in the staff memorandum. Next slide, Jake or Kyle. A little bit of background. On September 20th, we had our first study session. We presented the draft ordinances, which were really based on the regional model, very similar to the discussion council was having. There's a regional effort to pass gun ordinances in light of the fact that the state is not moving forward on significant gun legislation. And this effort is a part of that regional effort. We had that first study session, got a lot of feedback from council, got a lot of feedback from the public as well, which informed some of the changes that we're going to talk about tonight. Then we also had two different study sessions, executive sessions, on October 11th and October 17th. Those executive sessions were privileged communication between myself and my staff and city council to talk about the legal issues related to the lawsuits that are going on in this space, not only in Colorado, but nationwide. And then tonight we have this second study session, which is based on the feedback, not only from the study session, but also feedback from the exec sessions and feedback from comments that council receive. And staff sees the comments that are submitted by the public to council. One of the key changes I want to be very clear upon is right now we are not moving forward on the ordinances for an assault weapons ban and a large capacity magazine ban. So those two ordinances were previously part of Ordinance A, are no longer in this discussion. I think there was a question by a resident, could those be brought back at a later date? Yes, they could. We have a Section 18 process. We have other processes where matters can be brought forward. Any matter can come back at a future date. But as of right now, they're not in the deck of ordinances we're considering. And these are working drafts. For those who are involved in drafting legislation, it is challenging and it's hard and it has a lot of impact that we try to consider and we're thoughtful about. We appreciate the feedback we've received from all of council members, thank you, and from our residents because it helps us make a product too. So the drafts that are in the agenda packet for those listening and watching are not the final drafts. There will be no vote tonight. Right now, the plan is to return back to council, if that's council's direction, on November 29th for first reading. And then in one of the early January meetings for second reading, although as we were just talking about, scheduling can be challenging. All right, next slide. These are the ordinances that we're going to be touching base on. This is a handout that all of council has just to sort of track the menu for this evening. And we also handed it out to the public. I do want to point out ordinances G and H, definitions and a general cleanup. Those aren't in the packet set because they're very dependent on what gets done tonight. The definitions ordinance was really important when we had the assault weapons ban and the large capacity magazine ban. Those will be ordinances that will be included in the final packet on first reading if council moves forward with the other ordinances. All right, jumping into it. Draft Ordinance A, next slide, Kyle, thanks. Draft Ordinance A is a ban on rapid fire trigger activators, which are devices that can, when attached to a firearm, helps them increase the rate of fire. Different than the assault weapons ban and the large capacity magazine ban, these bans have not been the subject of a lot of the litigation that's going on right now. Most specifically, these bans passed by our neighbors are not the subject of the Colorado litigation that's going on right now. There would be a time frame for disposing of these. We're thinking 90 days from the enactment date. There are exceptions for law enforcement, for military, and people that are engaged in procuring this type of machinery for military or for law enforcement. Next slide. Next slide is to establish a minimum age of 21 to purchase and possibly possess of firearms. Currently as drafted, it applies to purchase. A discussion point for this evening will be if you want to expand that to include possession. Some of the neighbors have expanded that to possession, some have not. So that's definitely a discussion point. Exceptions on here, law enforcement for use in the course and scope of employment, and the military when engaged in duties. So when we're talking about our under 21 law enforcement officers and military service people. There was a question during the last study session of what is the law in other places. So if you can see, this actually covers a gap that we have between for 18 to 21-year-olds, because there are restrictions on the purchase and possession of guns and rifles and shotguns for people under 18. And then on federal law, you have to be 21 to purchase a handgun, 18 to possess a handgun. There's no minimum age federally to possess a rifle or shotgun, and the minimum age in Colorado is 18. Under 18, people must be supervised. So this is trying to address, the intent of this law was trying to address a gap in between the 18 to 21-year-old range. And as we get into discussion, just please remember that we do want you to talk about if you want to include possession. There are certain exceptions to these laws as far as hunting, or if you need it for employment, even if maybe you don't fit into the age range. We can get into those details if council wants. Next slide. This was the non-serialized firearms. This would make it illegal to possess a firearm without those serial number. The definition of non-serialized firearm was created utilizing the ATF regulations and also Denver's ordinances, which was passed recently. It has an issue, it has a note about being readily converted, when the components can be readily converted, which means that they are near you, and quickly within minutes, you could make that into a firearm. There's some exceptions to this ordinance: federal firearms licensee, antiques, firearms maybe for 1968, and law enforcement who possess it for a need tied to their jobs. We talked about this during the last study session, like if they were investigating or confiscating ghost guns, which are used in the commission of a crime. Draft Ordinance C is a requirement that those selling firearms in Broomfield post a sign, and based on council's feedback last time, we added a requirement that dealers would have to give out a notification. The first part is a sign, which would have to be conspicuously posted. We did modify it to say in the interior or exterior and very near where that transfer is going to take place, based on some feedback we got back about concerns about being outside a building. The sign is that warning sign put there. It does have different language than the notification. We have more space in the notification, but this would be the sign requirement. We did get some feedback from our public health staff, especially about best resources, best place to call. They suggested adding on the text resource as well, which I think is a great add. The notification is longer. Next slide. Sorry, Kyle. The notification slide is a bit longer, and this would be something that a firearm dealer would actually give to the person purchasing. And a member of our team had an experience where she was at a doctor's office and actually saw a notification like this. It was an informational pamphlet about firearms. And that was sort of the the idea behind this, and we thought, this is great. Rather than a sign, it's something that actually you can take home, and maybe you will look at it later or your family members will look at it later. But it would have information based on council's feedback from last time to try to increase the education information we can get out to people on extreme risk protection orders, secure storage laws, with the law on reporting lost stolen firearms, and then suicide prevention again. Draft ordinance D, next slide, Kyle, would be the 10-day waiting period. This originally was just a 10-day waiting period, and based on feedback we got from council last time, we have added on a proof of competency with firearms. So there are three, this would be purchases in Broomfield cannot take place, so the dealer can't sell and somebody cannot possess until 10 days have passed from the start of the CBI check. And the purchaser demonstrates competence. And we're going to talk about what that competence means in just a sec. I do want to mention that strike through on B. And this was based on feedback we got from one of our residents, which was really helpful. As we were looking at one of the exceptions, it came to light that there was something odd in the regional model, which allowed for an exception. Let me back up. In the original draft, it had people must wait the 10 days and a dealer must receive the state approval of the background check. And then there were the exceptions to both those requirements. As we modified the exceptions in this draft, that came off as very odd. As a local government, we cannot accept anyone, law enforcement or not, from the state background requirement. That's up to the state to do. So in an effort to not add confusion, we're just suggesting we take out that requirement. It's going to apply no matter what, because it's a state requirement. So then going back on, so you have the waiting the 10 days, and then we have the demonstrating competence. Oh, I'm sorry, Kyle, next slide. The working group came up with this list by looking at the state concealed carry law and what they would require for competence. And if you see the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, are sort of historical education and training. You know, your current military, you're a certified instructor, you have an honorable discharge with within 3 years, 10 years with firearm qualifications, 10 years if you have a law enforcement experience. It's the last one that we think is going to be the biggest point of discussion this evening, which is a training certificate from a firearm training class obtained within the last 10 years from the purchase of the firearm. And the applicant would have to submit the training certificate. This is very similar to what somebody has to do to get their concealed carry permit. Next slide. So the training classes are, what do we include in the code? Because as you know, Broomfield is not a regulator of firearm trainers, and we don't have the capacity or the expertise to get into that business, into that space. I know there was input to say it's got to be in person. It's got to be by a certified trainer, which is actually a term defined by state law, which might be helpful. There was also an email that, if I may jump in here, Councilmember Hinkle, that Councilmember Hinkle shared about wanting to talk about the substance of what was in that training: safe gun handling, safe storage plans and resources, discussions of applicable laws, the ones that we just covered, or that should say ERPO, my apologies, safe storage, reporting stolen firearms. And then there would also be a mental health component. One of the things I'll say as a working group talked about this, the firearm class is very unlikely to be found with the mental health class. And that's just a reality of this space. When I spoke to a firearm trainer earlier today, and he felt comfortable with the topics that were in the firearm part, but not on mental health. And he was really open to say that that's not his expertise, and he wouldn't know where the resources are. There is a CDPHE mental health first aid class, and they have some other classes that are geared toward non-mental health experts. And these are available on their website. I checked their schedule. There seem to be about one a week, give or take, as far as timing. But one of the things that I want to let council know is I don't think we'll ever find a combined class. And one of the things that we shared with council early on in this process is Broomfield In addition to not wanting to regulate firearm trainers, we don't at this point want to get into the business of handling that training for our community. So that's ordinance D. Next slide. There are exceptions to this 10-day requirement. This is another decision point. Some of the exceptions are similar to the other ordinances: law enforcement, military, licensed firearm manufacturers, gunsmith, private security firms in the course and scope of employment, common carriers, and other people in the business of transporting. I got a question earlier about what does that mean? UPS actually is an easy example, or a trucking company that is taking a load of firearms to Cabela's, right? That's what it means by common carriers. And then the domestic violence victim exception, which was added based on feedback during the first study session. Next slide. We worked a lot on drafting this exception to make sure we were defining a victim of domestic violence both specifically, but broad enough not to exclude a victim. So it would be somebody that's named as a protected person in a criminal restraining order or an active permanent protection order, or somebody that could provide documentation that they are living in a shelter at the time. They wouldn't have to provide the address, they would just have to provide documentation. I do want to note, we did reach out to our shelter partners, and firearms are not allowed in shelters. So there is some storage issues. At one shelter we spoke to, they're working with their local police department. This is not a shelter in Broomfield. They're working with their local police department to address storing firearms in the cars of victims who are staying at that shelter. The other feedback we got from our domestic violence shelter partners is they would be in favor of They would not be in favor of a domestic violence victim having an exception to the 10-day waiting period or the competency requirement. They believe that that individual should have to wait the 10 days and should also have to prove the competency. One of the statistics that our shelter partners shared with us is that a firearm increases the chance of violence in a domestic violence situation by 500%. So one of the discussion points for council tonight is, do you want the domestic violence exception? Do you want it to be an exception from the waiting period, or an exception from the waiting period and the competency requirement? Next slide. Draft ordinance E is a modification from last time to an open carry prohibition in public places, which is generally all public places, not just CCOB places within Broomfield. There is exceptions to this ordinance. Law enforcement who actually are open carrying right now, which is what we want law enforcement to do. Military when engaged in their duty, target shootings on your own property or with the permission of a property owner in a private motor vehicle. This is something required by state law. The carrying of an unloaded firearm in a locked container. And of course, if you're carrying concealed, you're not really open carrying, but we just wanted to keep it in there that this would not impact the right to carry concealed if you're doing it lawfully with a permit. And then private security guards acting within the course and scope of their duties. Next slide. A little more limited is the prohibition on concealed carry. In the original draft, we had talked about not only CCOB places, but also sensitive places. Based on feedback and council's direction, we've modified this to just be in CCOB owned or leased facilities or buildings when posted. So like right now, we're in a weird situation because we have a polling place not 20 feet away. And we also already have state firearm restrictions right there. But maybe there would be a time when we would post this entire building as no firearms, no concealed carry. Or maybe not, or maybe the rec center. So that would be an operational decision that staff could determine and have the discretion to determine based upon the situations. It would only be prohibiting concealed carry, and it would only be where it was posted. There are exceptions to that. Law enforcement officers currently employed, period. So even that would apply to off-duty law enforcement officers that were concealed carrying because they're a law enforcement officer. And the reason for this is because a law enforcement officer, I'll tell you from my perspective as somebody, well, let me try to explain this. If a situation happened right now, in addition to the officers that are in uniform and on duty right now, any of your off-duty law enforcement officers would likely jump into police mode and respond to the incident. And in that regard, we would, as Broomfield, recognize them as active police officers and protect them from any lawsuit that might arise or workers' comp. So we ask our officers to, they're not on duty all the time, but when they see something, we do have an expectation that they jump in. We had a lot of discussions about this exception with BPD and with other law enforcement officers that live in Broomfield but might not work for BPD. We also add the exception for Law Enforcement Safety Act permit holders. These are retired police officers or police officers from other states that are visiting here. That was a request from one of our residents after the last study session. Military, National Guard, and private security guards acting in the course and scope of their duties. And that is a quick summary of the ordinances for discussion tonight. At this point, we're going to open it up for council questions. Like I said, we have the city attorney staff here, public health here, and members of BPD.
Thank you very much for that update and all of the work you guys have been doing on this, Ms. Rogers and Attorney's Office team. Thank you.
Kyle, can you put up slide 2 and we'll just, well, actually, let me show you. We have 2 slides that might help the discussion. Mayor, if you want it, we have a council direction slide. So next slide, Kyle. There's that slide, which actually goes through each one, or we can put up the slide with the chart of ordinances, whatever's most helpful for council.
What's the other side look like?
The other side is your handout. So I guess
Oh.
actually, since you have the handout, we're going to keep, I just answered my own question. Since you have the handout, we're going to keep this slide up.
Can we put this on the screen? Oh, you did. Never mind. Mind reader. Okay, perfect. We'll use this one.
Great. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, well, then we'll go right into, should we start with just council member questions, comments?
I think that would be good.
All right.
Probably both.
Okay.
All of it.
It's a study session. Who would like to go first? Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 5 minutes, right? Okay, my clock is ticking. Thank you for people who, showed up tonight. And I think this is an ongoing conversation. And this says a lot to how Broomfield City Council works. The fact that we're having a second study session on this says that we are listening to our constituents. Very rarely do we have second study sessions on any subject. So I do think that we are listening, and I appreciate our staff here also being willing to listen as well. I do want to push back just a little bit on public comment. We need to really make sure that we're avoiding blanket statements. I heard a lot of blanket statements saying you all of council don't know how to handle guns, or you all on council are taking away all of my rights. That is not true. And so I just want to really warn anyone who's going to come in and sort of even threaten council with individual lawsuits. Don't expect us to do things for you if you're going to punch us in the face first, and then we're going to do some sort of favor for you, to quote one of my friends. So, come to the table. This is a conversation. This isn't all about, threatening people. The fact that I have cameras on my house, we are a concealed carry family. I grew up using guns. We are gun owners. We take our kids to the range. Please don't beat us up while we're gun owners. So thank you. I will go through this fairly quickly. I did type up something already, and it looks like there's some additional questions on here possibly that I might have missed that your direction needed. So if I miss something, I might come back to it later. So I do support the draft ordinance A, banning the sale and possession of rapid fire trigger activators. And ordinance A5, raising the age to 21. Purchase, possession, I'm not too sure about, but definitely purchase for sure, because that's something that's more in our control. And, I don't know how reflective this is of, of PD having possession of a younger kid having a gun. So I need to possibly circle back on that one. I do support the draft ordinance B regulating the possession of unserialized firearms. There's no reason to be afraid of that one. Support for draft ordinance C requiring all firearm dealers to post signs and provide a notification to purchases at all locations where firearm transfers take place. I do support that. I don't have any changes to the sign or notification language. Where am I at? C, D. This one is probably the most important to me, and this is where we have a lot of middle ground here. I was able to talk to a lot of people who are gun owners, people who actually teach classes on how to use a gun. There are actually classes out there, so I kind of want to push back a little bit on staff. There are classes out there that actually are offered on how to have sort of de-escalation, maybe not so much mental health, but possibly I'm wondering if we could even just require them to read something from our public health, and if they have any questions, we can give them information to reach out to you guys. So it might not have to be a separate class, but it just could be a requirement on what we require them to read and sort of talk about. They don't have to be experts on that, but there are ways that we can teach people how to avoid conflict. And I think every gun owner really needs to understand how to avoid conflict first. It's what our police officers do as well. So in support of Ordinance D, I do support the exemption for domestic violence victims. I want to make sure that we have, when we teach these classes, this is something that actually people who don't own guns are very excited about. They actually want to take the class. So I've had actually people that say, I never want to own a gun. All of a sudden they're saying, actually, I wouldn't mind taking the class because it seems, less intimidating. So we need to really kind of meet in the middle here. So the firearm safe gun handling to include firearm function, parts of a firearm, range etiquette, how to load and unload a firearm, grip and trigger finger control. We need to really talk about firearm and ammunition safe storage, how to treat our guns too. I will be honest, I've talked with some other gun owners and they said, one guy even said today, it's really kind of dumb to leave a loaded gun out in front of kids. And I said, do you really know it's loaded or not? So this tells me he's actually not really educated on the gun that he possibly owns. You have to treat every gun like it's loaded. You just do. So I think every gun owner should be able to take this class. Anyway, so we have to talk about a plan for safe storage too. It's one thing to talk about safe storage, but to have a plan for it would be important. Do you want me to stop and circle back?
Yeah, why don't you hold the rest for second round, if you're okay with that?
Yep, and I'll email my thoughts on this as well. And there's one thing I do not support, and I'll cover that later as far as concealed carry on CCOB premises. Thank you.
All right.
Mayor, can I ask a quick follow-up just on that
Sure.
list? On the DV exception, was it to the 10-day or?
It's and.
And,
Yeah.
so you want them exempted from both requirements?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, did you want to just finish your list or is it more?
Yeah, I mean, I can go pretty quickly through the rest of it.
Okay, go
People
ahead.
kind of know where I stand on education, mental health resources, de-escalation, types of bias. I will probably circle back and we do think we need to talk about bias because when you're using a gun in self-defense, you are making a judgment call. And I think it's very important to talk about conscious and unconscious bias. I'm going to move on because the rest of it's already listed on what I've asked other people to cover. I do support draft ordinance E, prohibiting open carry firearms in all public places. You don't need to be open carrying firearms. It's actually an unsafe way to carry a gun as well. I do not support, what was it, draft ordinance F. I would like to be able to conceal carry in this building. I think that's what we're able to do right now. I really think that the more that we kind of punish our concealed carry people who take these classes and are trained, I don't think that it's going to make us any more safe. If we do pass this, I would request a metal detector, please. And I think that's about it for now, but I can elaborate later. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll go through these and I have a bunch of questions on several of them. Excuse me, A, I support, A5, I support. On B, the non-serialized firearms. So if someone is building, you know, I guess what happens if they're building something and they get to the place where it has to be serialized? What do they do then?
Thank you, Councilmember Marshallson. ATF regulations that came out recently and are, to be honest, subject to a legal challenge right now. There's regulations in there that allow licensed firearm dealers and gunsmiths to serialize those weapons. And if they can't get a serial number on that component, it's illegal.
So if I'm building something and I decide to go get it serialized, do they then have to pass a background check?
Yes.
But
No,
what happens?
well, let me double check the ATF regulations. I mean, that would be,
And that's where my concern is on this one. Like, the whole point to me of not allowing non-serialized firearms is that people can't just build them from kits to avoid the background check requirements. And so that's my question is what happens? How do we make sure that that's not a loophole? So that's my concern on.
well,
I support the ordinance. I just worry about that loophole
okay.
of the not passing it back. You assemble something from a kit, but then do you have to pass a background check to buy the kit?
No.
Or-
No.
Yeah, so.
And that's one of the problems and why there's an effort nationwide to try to address these unserialized firearms.
Okay. On the notification, can you go up to the notification on C for a second? There was a comment from I think from Mr. Ewald, regarding death by suicide versus increases the risk of suicide versus death by suicide. Can you comment on that? Maybe Mr. Volling? Is that something we should?
Slide 7.
Is that something we should change the wording on?
That the wording of the sign is
Yeah,
something
so-
left to council's discretion. That's up there. The concern was about significantly increases the risk of suicide. And Mr. Ewalt did have a suggestion of alternative language and
That it
that's
says
a
significantly
policy decision.
significantly increases the risk of death by suicide.
Yes.
Okay.
I
Is
think
there,
that was-
I definitely know that the data is there to, that it definitely increases the death by suicide. Does having a firearm in a home increase the risk of suicide in general attempts, I guess, is the question. I just want to make sure we're being clear on what we're requiring.
And I know this was a question from Mr. Ewald before when we were talking about suicide and then the number of deaths due to a firearm versus looking at the total number of firearm related deaths and how many of those were attributed to suicide. So I just want to be very clear that we're distinguishing between the two. So when we look at the, it's in my memo. Sorry, let me see. 1 sec. So when we look at from 2016 to 2021, the total deaths due to firearms was 39. And 31 of those have been identified as suicide by discharge of a firearm. So to be clear about that, when we look at the total number of firearm related deaths, we're seeing a significant amount that are suicide related. Your second question around having access to a firearm, does that increase the risk of suicide? Based on the data we've seen from the coroner's office, we can't say that because we see that there are other methods that are also used to complete suicide.
Okay, I guess I'm okay with whatever the sign says that's consistent with the public health data. And I guess on that same, not the suicide, but going on the domestic violence one, on the, kind of jumping down a little bit, to the exception to the waiting period. the 10-day waiting period on for domestic violence holders. I mean, I suggested that initially, way back at the beginning, first study session, but now that the data you just quoted gives me pause. So what is so is the data that having even the domestic violence victim holding a gun, that increases the risk of them dying by their attacker? Is that what the data is saying?
Pull up that information.
Oh, I think you're referencing
The information we got from our shelter partner.
Yeah.
A stat from the National Coalition Against Domestic Violence: the presence of a firearm in an intimate partner violence situation increases the risk of homicide by at least 500%.
Okay. Okay, and then, so I'm gonna circle back to that. On draft D, the language said that they have to initiate the background check. Does it have to be completed? Is there any is there an issue with it being completed within 10 days?
Well, it has to be completed by state law before they
Okay,
can
okay,
issue.
that's good.
But there's no issue. It typically can go very, very fast.
Okay. So I support that. I'm gonna actually go against what I said previously. I'm not gonna support an exception for domestic violence victim based upon the data that I've just heard. So if it increases the risk of death by the victim, then I don't think it's necessary to have. And then I support E completely. F, I have concerns on concealed carry, because while there are plenty of great people and that are well-trained that hold concealed carry permits, I do worry that not every single one of those permit holders is going to have the same level of training or competency. And for example, the Trayvon Martin, instance, we hold our police officers accountable. If they shoot somebody in the course of their duties, we hold them accountable. There's liability. If I decide that, and as Councilmember Hinkle mentioned, the implicit bias, if I decide somebody's a threat, where's liability to me or to somebody else that has a concealed carry permit? I don't, by the way, but that's just an example. The liability and accountability concerns me on CCO, on concealed carry holders. What are the requirements? What are the training requirements to get a concealed carry permit?
It's that list actually that we have for our competency requirements. We utilize the list from the state law.
Is there shooting requirements? Is there range requirements, physical, actual training rather than just the classroom setting?
In the conversations we had with our trainers, there's an unfortunate reality as far as the training certificate that you can get. Some of the classes do have a shooting requirement. And the person I spoke with actually just this afternoon said he would absolutely include firing as part of the training class. But he said there are people out there that will issue training certificates without that requirement, without having ever shot the weapon.
Okay, so then I support F at the very minimum, but I'd also like to see us add training requirements that require actual range training to anyone who holds a concealed carry permit.
Councilmember Marshall, we actually don't have the authority as a local government to add a requirement to a concealed carry permit holder. That would be a state.
Okay,
Sorry.
then you'll probably see an amendment from me on the sensitive places restrictions too. Or maybe some sort of, you and I discussed briefly liability insurance. Can you go into that a little bit?
We did. So you posed the question, what is the liability for the individual person that might shoot somebody? We're not talking about officers, we're talking about private citizens. Their liability would be the same as in any tort, as if I went and I punched Courtney right now. She would sue me for the damages. I think the issue that we're seeing with some of the lawsuits against individuals who who do gun violence on other people, mass shooters or not, is that they're usually judgment proof, which means they do not have the money to compensate their victims. So that's why you're seeing the lawsuits against the theater in the Aurora Theater shooting, or against gun manufacturers, or against a wide array of people nationwide. So it's not that they're immune from liability. There is no immunity from that liability, but there is typically not the money to compensate the victims if they were to be sued.
Do you have any sense on the availability or cost of such insurance?
No, I don't. It is available. When you asked the question, we did start looking, and I reached out to a couple insurance agents. I know that there is insurance that you can get as a gun owner, but it can be hard to find, and it does have limitations in the coverage, especially if your act was ended up to be unlawful.
Okay. All right, well, we only have 8 seconds left, so that's it for this round.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be quick on the list here. Supportive of A5, supportive of purchase and possession. I think one of the speakers in the hearing referenced it, that men between 18 and 20 are 4 times as likely to commit homicide with a gun than people above 21. It's obviously an age of concern that it'd be wise to regulate. B, in support. On C, I would just reiterate, one thing I was hoping to see in that notifications was greater awareness of red flag laws in the state. And it does relate to also the exception for domestic violence, in that the safest thing someone who is being threatened can do is to disarm the person who's threatening them. There's a really startling statistic from the FBI that for every 1 woman who shoots her perpetrator, her domestic violence perpetrator, 83 die or killed by the other domestic violence abuser. The odds are not good. And that statistic about bringing a gun into a domestic violence situation massively increases the likelihood of gun violence and death. So ideally, I don't know if others agree, but I would love to see more great awareness of the red flag law that the state has passed recently. D, I'd also oppose, as I just mentioned, an exception for domestic violence. I don't think we want to encourage more guns in that situation. E, I am supportive of prohibiting open carry. It generally is more for intimidation than for actual protection. On F, I'm more like, I would be generally supportive if we gave that power to the city manager to decide. And because I imagine there might be different rules for different buildings. So I'm open on that. I had one question, and I've related to security guards and the waivers for them. I understand under state law, I believe there's no regulation on firearms for security guards. It's to the county to regulate that. So what are our rules for security guards and private security guards and firearms?
We have an outdated code.
We have an outdated code provision applicable to security guards. So in Broomfield, we really don't have any licensing regime on security guards.
So it's just a blanket.
Yeah. It's just, they're concealed carry holders or lawful open carry
So they're
holders.
just treated as concealed. They just have to,
Right.
they're required to get a concealed carry license.
They wouldn't have to. It depends on if their employer wanted them. And if they were a security card that was open carrying, they would need to be at a place where they could lawfully open carry.
Is that consistent with other counties or?
No, there's a lot of regulations all over the board. I mean, we saw Denver has a licensing scheme for their security guards, and they ended up with that incident recently. So Aurora has a licensing scheme, but they revised it not too long ago, and it really depends on the local government.
Okay, thank you. That's all for that.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Jezierski.
Okay, I didn't really have a whole lot to add to this conversation. Wasn't ready to talk yet. The only question that, or comment that I would have would be on draft ordinance D and the 10-day waiting period. And my question or comment on that, I saw a few different folks that wrote in, and I kind of thought about it and agreed. It didn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to have a 10-day waiting period if someone already possessed multiple guns. I'm not sure what the 10-day waiting period really does at that point, besides delay a sale. So I would wonder, and I'd want to hear from my colleagues, not tonight, but at some point, if someone's supporting that, really why they're supporting that. And the question I would have is, could we, if we wanted to, be able to have an exception for those that already possess? So just have the waiting period for, I'm not sure it's even necessary because we have the competency requirement anyways. But even if we did a 10-day waiting period, could there be an exception to those who already own a fully licensed firearm?
There could be, but we'd probably want to talk to some of our dealer stakeholders to find out how that would actually work out so they could confirm ownership of a prior firearm.
All right. So is there a database?
No,
right, so that's the problem.
no, and we're not allowed by state law to keep one.
Okay. So that would be the, it sounds like that would be the holdback on that one. Oh, okay. So, okay. I guess my only comments would be that since we already have a competency requirement, which I think would obviously take more than 10 days, it sounds like. I'm not sure I would be in favor of the 10-day waiting period on top of the competency requirement. So that's my only question or comments. Thank you.
Are you in support of moving the rest forward?
Yeah, you know what, I'll make a quick comment on that. I've been a little agitated by this process.
Okay.
Just gonna let you know, because I feel like this is kind of a vote on each one of these ordinances. And I feel like the way the process really should go is that if someone has a comment or a concern on a certain, one of these ordinances, I think it'd be appropriate to discuss that. But I kind of feel like going through each one and saying yes or no is kind of a vote. I don't know if I, and I would take it from, if I was in your standpoint, if someone doesn't have a comment on an ordinance, then they don't have any concerns. And I think that does provide some sort of clarity that, okay, here are the concerns that I'm hearing. If someone's not raising a concern on ordinance A or A5 or something like that, then they don't want anything changed, I guess. And maybe a yes, maybe or not, but they're not asking for any kind of changes. So I'm sitting here a little agitated that everyone's going through A, B, C, D, and I still think that's necessary. I think that's the appropriate time to talk, whether you're in favor of one of these or not, and give your opinion. We're going to have that opportunity in a few weeks here, I believe. And if we're all going to do it tonight and we're just going to vote yes or no in a few weeks, that's great. But I'm fearful that I'm hearing everyone's opinion now, and I'm going to hear the same opinion again in 2 weeks. And this is just a lot of unnecessary wasted time. I have things to do. So.
I appreciate that feedback. And we as staff struggled with that about how to do this because this was a council directed project. So it was, and different from the snow removal ordinance, let's say, where staff has a specific goal in mind. So I will say to your comment, Mayor Pro Tem, one of the things the team did talk about is that if we don't hear suggestions on changing, these probably won't change much between first
Right.
reading. So for
I-
those who come next, that makes sense. If you don't make a comment, it'll just stay as is.
Yeah, I think that's what my point is. That I think it would be if you have a comment or a question on an ordinance, then it makes total sense to get that feedback. But if there's something that you're not concerned with, then I just don't see why we need to hear everyone say yes or no on something.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two quick questions. For ordinance D, are you asking us if you also want us to include the mental health training component with that, or is that just in there for our education?
That is a discussion point. Councilmember Hinkle had some specific ask of council that she'd like them to consider in the class. And one of the things we need to know is how much do you want to have codified, right? Because we can work to help direct people to a class that would meet the requirements, but to put in a list of requirement in the codes does take a little bit more. So if you have a thought on that, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, please definitely share it because that'll help us in this next drafting stage.
Okay, thank you. And then my only other question that I have at the moment is in regards to A5. When you ask us about possession, if, I don't know if Broomfield has any shooting ranges because I don't shoot, but if we did, okay, we do.
We do.
If, let's say, you had someone who was over 18 and we had this, you can't possess a firearm, would they still be allowed to go to that range where they have?
No.
Okay.
Right now, it's not one of the listed exceptions.
So for me, I think all for A5, I would include possession. I'd be willing to entertain an exception for supervised by someone over 21 or some sort of exception like that. All for B and C. D, I'm all for, I would not exempt domestic violence victims with some of the statistics that have been mentioned up here and from some of the research I've done. I think just a little more on that mental health training component. E, I'm supportive of, and F, I am supportive of as well. And I'll come back to you on the mental health training.
On A5, I agree with Councilmember Ward's idea that they could, the 18 to 21-year-old could possess if they were supervised by someone over 21. I like that idea. I have a question on A5 on purchase. Does purchase include transfer, or does transfer have to be stated specifically?
I think that was one of the
Edits we were gonna, it includes transfer and the final will say purchase and transfer
Transfer, 'cause
throughout.
That's what I saw was missing was
Mhm.
transfer there. Okay. On D, I wouldn't, I'm not in favor of the domestic violence exception. Think, and then I had a I'm sorry, I have a general question. So the premise of the enforcement of these amendments are that in the Broomfield Municipal Court is a criminal court, so that it demands that the person who is accused of violating the ordinance would have to have actual knowledge of the law. So my question is, is there a difference between our court system in that respect from other municipalities that have passed similar ordinances? Are we going to have a higher burden of proof in our court system compared to other regional municipalities?
I don't know if we know the comparison. Do you know if you, like if Superior, Boulder have?
I think they option and then they have a
Boulder
criminal.
definitely does.
Boulder's court system definitely has a civil component. So they have the mechanism to address administrative hearings and civil hearings. I'm not entirely sure about Superior, especially being such a small court, and we'd have to check on some of the other ones.
Okay, we hadn't talked about that, and I find that interesting to ponder, that we're going to have a harder time enforcing this than other municipalities passing this.
Well, I
possibly.
think that requirement, though, was going to be if you want to make it a criminal violation under the new state law, you have to prove that knowing aspect. So So even if our partners had a civil court where they could address it, if they wanted to make it the more serious criminal violation, they would need to have that knowingly element. Do you have anything you want to add on that? Are you good?
Well, and then if I.
Yeah.
The model ordinances where we started, right, many of them had this kind of or, right? So if it's, they had the option of making it a civil offense or the criminal offense. And we took that civil piece out since we don't have that structure right now.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess to your question, it does make those cases harder
Harder.
for Courtney as a prosecutor to prove.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thanks, Mayor. So, you know, when these were first proposed, this was, you know, a while ago, and the landscape since then has really changed in recent months following the Supreme Court's ruling in New York State Rifle and Pistol Association, Inc. Versus Bruin. At the same time, you know, we heard with that decision that Justices Kavanaugh and Alito, that they highlight the Bruin decision does not undo the types of legitimate gun regulation restrictions that were addressed in Heller and McDonald. The Supreme Court acknowledged the Second Amendment does not entitle a person to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in a manner whatsoever and for whatever purpose. And so the Supreme Court does acknowledge that there are certain longstanding prohibitions on the possession of firearms by certain peoples, or laws forbidding the carrying of firearms in sensitive places, or laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms. So I do believe that, you know, we have to view these ordinances and other policy discussions in light of the Bruin decision, and at the same time addressing gun violence in our communities. So, you know, my opinions from the original ordinances to now have changed, but I have to view them in that respect, that the landscape of the laws have changed as well during that time. So when I look at these, you know, the ban on sale and possession of rapid fire trigger activators, I think that is one that is supported and meets that requirement that is set up in the Bruin decision. The establishing a minimum wage 21 purchase, I think I'm settled on that. The piece that I'm struggling with is the possession piece. And there's been some suggestions up here in terms of the guardian aspect of that. But, you know, I'm struggling with that piece, just to let you know. The ban on possession, I'm fine with B, how it's written right now. C, I think the sign is good. I would say instead of increases risk of suicide, increases risk of death by suicide. I think that clarifies what that should be, as opposed to increased risk of suicide. With D, I think the piece, and I'm grateful for all the work that has gone into that, because I think that not only establishing the 10-day waiting period, but what happens during that 10-day waiting period, I think is important. And the education piece that Councilmember Henkel and many of the community have been involved in, those conversations is great. I would need much more information on the domestic violence exception if we were to move forward on that. I don't have enough information at this point to be a supporter or not. E, you know, this, when I read through this one, it sounds similar to what our current code is regarding possession of firearms in public. So I'm curious how different this ordinance will be versus how, you know, what it is already in our code. So there's a lot of similarity there. So that's kind of one question that I have tonight. I'll quickly go through F and then maybe get some more information on E. And then F, so I think that the prohibiting concealed carry in CCO-owned buildings and leased buildings, I would go with the recommendation as long as there's a metal detector and not just posted signs. Because I think that with the metal detectors, this establishes a level playing field, that it's not just people that with concealed carry permit are the ones that are, you know, obeying that, but it's everybody is screened on their way into that facility. So, you know, just like down at Westminster City Hall, there's a metal detector there and everybody's screened on the way in, just like our courthouse over here, everybody's screened on the way in. It's not just a sign posted. So I think that I would prohibit where metal detectors are present. So that's my F comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. And on your question about how draft ordinance E is different, it's very close to our current law. And if you have the draft handy in front of you, really it's a cleanup as far as CCOB places and the addition of other public places. So that's the big significant difference, is the addition of other public places. If that makes sense.
It does.
It does. There are also, I'm sorry, and now if I can predict where you're going, there was also that part of the code that says you're not allowed to carry a firearm except at your own home unless you have a concealed carry permit, and there were other sort of limited exceptions. Historically, that wasn't necessarily, it could be read to be an open carry prohibition. And I think there were contacts made based on that code provision to address somebody who's open carrying. We think this makes it very clear. Broomfield is restricting open carrying in all public places. The way it was written before, in that you can carry it on your home and that's it. It really didn't put the public on notice, going back to Councilmember Lim's question about knowingly understanding the law, really didn't put the public on notice as clearly as we would like. We believe this does it better.
Yeah, thank you
That
for
makes
saying
sense.
that, because I would agree. I think that it just needed some clarification in that.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate that. You know, it seems like there are kind of two elements that probably need some increase state pressure to amend. One of those is the mental health training for certified firearm trainers. You know, it seems like that would be a great element to increase. Of course, we don't have any jurisdiction over that, but the state does. And it seems like that would be a good element for the state legislature to handle, as well as one conversation that has been happening is around concealed permit carriers, in that the level of education should increase. That has been a conversation that I've had with residents. And again, that's a conversation that's above us at the state level. And I think that those are two issues that potentially could be you know, discussed and hopefully legislation at the state. I wanted to circle back to a question that or a comment that one of our public delivered earlier today. And I don't know if you can answer it now, but is the liability for individual council members when we're discussing legislative matters?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Schaaf. I actually strongly disagree with my lawyer colleague that spoke during public comment. The act that we're asking you to do is a legislative act, and there is absolute immunity for legislative acts for local government officials, just like there are for other legislative officials. Differently, attorneys do have liability for the legal advice that they provide. That's why I carry malpractice insurance. So I actually think that gentleman was incorrect.
All right, thank you. Any other council member comments? Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I actually do have some questions, and I'm glad we're not voting tonight because I think we still have more to consider here. So I may just ask the questions as I go through. On the ban and sell imposition of rapid trigger activators, the only hesitation I have on this this one is that law-abiding residents are the only ones that are going to turn those over. The very people who would be of concern are not going to turn those over. I can't imagine why they would. So I think a little more thought needs to go into that ordinance. On the age of 21, I strongly disagree with this. As I stated last time, my children are all hunters. Like they grow up, you know, from a young age and beyond. And at 18, I'm struggling with you already have to be 21 to own a handgun. So at 18, you can purchase a rifle or some type of long gun. And so this is a question for public health. I mean, how many suicides and homicides? I mean, or maybe also our chief, I'm not sure, but how many suicides and homicides are committed with a long gun?
So actually, we do have this information and it's from the State Health Department. So as far as firearm type among firearm deaths, this is Colorado residents from 2016 to 2020. 72.8% are committed with a handgun.
So, but is there any data on, you know, like a tradition, like a rifle is used for like hunting? Is that not really, it's hard to.
So let me finish. So 6% are committed with a rifle, 7.3% shotgun, and then 13.8% unknown. And this is in the fact sheet that was included in the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I still, I want to say no to establishing the minimum age of 21 and absolutely no to possessing the firearm. I saw the one with the supervision. I mean, maybe that's fine, but you do not want to be prohibiting 18-year-olds from going hunting. That is a consequence of that ordinance. On the non-serialized firearms, this one also I'm struggling with is like the how do you get this firearm serialized, or is this more geared at like removal of a serial number? That seems like that would be. I mean, here again, like how many? I don't understand the serialization process well enough. But it seems more like a hobby of building guns versus you buy a weapon and then remove the serial number from it. So this would prohibit the removal of serial numbers also, right?
That's covered by a different law.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
covered.
And that's covered by a state law that is actually very actively enforced.
Okay, so we don't need to worry about that. Okay, so I don't know where I stand on B. I need to understand that one better, why we need that. The posting of signs, I think it's completely fine. And it has been confirmed multiple times that these do not have to be visible from the outside of your residence. If you are an FLL, you can keep that internally. The 10-day waiting period, when I discussed this at the first studies or the first session, my thought was that the competency requirement, the education, some type of component would be in place of the 10-day waiting period. I also agree strongly that we have an awful lot of people are trying to make comments, you know, my own household, like people who have owned guns for many, many years and who have used them, you know, for a long time. It's like, I don't see, I would like staff to look into that one more about that, eliminate the 10-day waiting period. If you are already own and use and, you know, have been using legally a firearm for many, many years. So, and I appreciate, it's a recommendation versus a requirement. If anyone's going to purchase a weapon, a gun of some sort, they should be competent. Like this, that seems just like a piece that anyone should do. So I think there's going to be difficult to separate out a new gun owner from someone who's been using them for many, many years. There's a question here of yeah, I think I was just, yeah, I know to make sure that hunters and sportsmen who have been actively using weapons for a long time are in a different category here. The prohibiting of concealed carry, I agree with my colleagues. Many of us said if you have a metal detector, that's fine. But if there is no metal detector, there's also I saw one note from a resident that, you know, if there's active duty law enforcement, but I would even lean heavier towards the metal detector than, because you're only going to prevent the law-abiding citizens from concealed carrying, not the non-law-abiding citizens. So those are my comments. So thank you.
Thank you, council member. Any other comments from council? Questions? Well, since our public health team is here, I would like to get some feedback on where we are with treating this as a public health issue. Gun violence deaths are only getting more and more frequent.
Yes, so Jason Bowling, Public Health Director. As I mentioned at the last study session, more and more national governmental organizations are declaring gun violence as a public health issue, including the Centers for Disease Control. Our state health department has also made that same declaration along with many surrounding health departments. So there is a recognition that there's an issue going on. When we're talking about the solution, I've talked about this many times, it takes a multi-pronged approach. There's just not one thing we can point to that's going to solve this issue. And I think we've heard that multiple times from public comment. That being said, we did include the latest research that's come out from the JAMA that was published, a very credible organization and peer-reviewed studies. They did a meta-analysis. And then we also looked at a nonpartisan group, RAND, who did an analysis of these policies as well. Again, what we're seeing with the policies is there hasn't been a lot of money devoted to research. So the literature is evolving, but there is some indications to show some of these might be promising. So in summary, I would say there is a recognition in the public health community that gun violence is a public health issue. We've seen the contributors to this and that it's going to take a multi-pronged approach to solve this issue.
Thank you, Director Volling. I do agree. I think a public health approach to firearm injury requires we stop pointing fingers and instead work together. Some of the most promising approaches to firearm injury prevention are true partnerships between those who are experts in firearms and those who are experts in health. Because honestly, both sides of the debate are right. Yes, we would have 0 gun deaths if we had 0 guns, but a gun does not go off on its own. There's always a person behind it. Ultimately, there are too many guns in the hands of people whose risk changes in an instant. The public health approach requires that we talk about both the object and the person. It's time to flip the narrative. These mass shootings and the thousands of daily tragedies behind them are not inevitable. We can reduce gun deaths just like we did for cars by acknowledging that firearm injury is at its root a health problem and that solutions are within reach. Thank you all for being engaged with us, and I will turn to our legal team to ensure that they have enough direction to move forward. Oh, it is second round. My apologies.
Oh, no, we're
But
good.
Go ahead.
Have a good night.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting,
Are we doing second round?
Yes,
Mayor? Okay,
I
go ahead.
promised
Sorry.
that.
I
so
was just kidding.
I
I'm
have to
sorry.
honor that now. Go ahead, Councilmember Henkel.
I'll be quick. I don't want to take too long because I normally have a 4:30 a.m. alarm clock tomorrow morning. I just wanted to flesh out and just a little bit about like why it's important to talk about bias and why it's important to also talk about, when we talk about the education here, talking about bias, because a lot of our common biases are based on race, ethnicity, gender, religion, sexual orientation, socioeconomic background, educational background. And me as a cis white woman, I might not understand this, but if it's told to me, especially these statistics that young Black Americans ages 15 to 34 experience the highest rates of gun homicides across all demographics. Also, LGBTQ people are 2 times as likely to be victims of gun violence as well. So these statistics are very important to know and be acknowledged. And I feel like if we could give something to our education or teachers to say, they don't have to be the experts, but we can just say, we need you to talk about this, because everyone has some sort of bias. We're all sort of liars if we don't recognize that bias, okay? And then just, talking about racism and gun ownership and gun control. We do have bias attitudes in white America. And there are studies I emailed the council, and we can make it for public display that may influence, policy decisions. And there are fears. We did have someone actually call the police on 2 young black males who just had white paint on their face. And they called the police on them after they just said hi to someone. So the fact that we're having people call police on young white or young black males, and they're not doing anything illegal, tells me that we need, to talk about this. I do want to circle back a little bit with Councilmember Ward's thought, because I do want to be able to take my kids to the range and to have that supervision. I do support that. So possession, as long as if they have someone who's 21 or older with them, that they could possess it. I believe that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen?
I will be brief. Just to echo on the possession, I think that's for having a supervision is something to explore, though I would hope it would not just be someone who's their 22-year-old friend, but maybe there could be a parental or guardian connection or trainer or something that's provides a level of protection. I just wanted to comment real quickly. I think we've had 2 public hearings on this topic. I think the comments pretty much mirror the emails, the many, many, many emails we've been receiving. And I understand a great many people come here opposed to this, have a great deal of feeling that having a gun makes them safer, or feel that they should have the right, that having a gun will make them able to protect their families or to be that good guy with the gun. And I think the problem that this council is dealing with is that doesn't match reality. That statistics will show you that having the gun doesn't necessarily make you safer. The good guy with a gun is mythology. It just doesn't happen with any level of frequency that you could rely upon it. And instead, we're here exercising a very uniquely American thing. No other country has this. No other country has this level of gun violence, this level of gun ownership, and having to go through life with this level of threat. And the one thing I wish we could have, or I ask in the next public hearing, those who support this, I would love to hear from them why now and why Broomfield, why they think this will make a difference. For those who oppose it, I have yet to really hear anyone mention the people are dying. I hear the right, I hear the Constitution, I hear the fear, and I understand the desire and the feeling of being safer with the gun. But we have to acknowledge that with that comes a very high level of death. A lot of young people are dying because of the high availability of guns. States with the most permissive rules have the highest level of gun violence. It just correlates. The more guns, the more gun violence. So I hope when we come back for that last hearing and we finally make some decisions of whether we want to move forward on that, that we, as Councilmember Henkel said, come to the table and let's talk openly about a solution, because doing nothing doesn't seem like a satisfactory response. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I did miss one question here I wanted to ask on the 10-day waiting period. And this is, I think this becomes a critical discussion for individuals who would want to buy a gun. It can't, if we enact this regulation with a 10-day waiting period and the competency requirement, can a resident of Broomfield simply go outside Broomfield's border and purchase a firearm, or will there be hesitancy on like a dealer in Westminster or Thornton to sell to a Broomfield resident? I think that's a question they want to know. And if the answer is they can, then that's gonna, I mean, I can't imagine many people doing the 10-day waiting period and the competency requirements if they can just go outside of Broomfield, which becomes a serious concern to the local small businesses.
They can.
Okay, so
They
that is a-
can, sorry. And I do want to clarify, because there's a little bit of confusion. There is a federal requirement that when you're doing interstate sales, you have to sell to the person in compliance with their home state's laws. That's not the same for intrastate sales across local jurisdictional lines. So yes, somebody could go next door and buy immediately at Cabela's.
And there would be no there was one of the dealerships emailed in out of like Westminster or something, emailed in a concern about selling to a Broomfield resident, but you don't see that.
Yeah, no, and we specifically looked into that regulation on intrastate sales.
So I would just caution as we move forward, we can put every single possible regulation in place and make this a whole process. And I'm fully in support of the education and the competency, but it can simply be gotten around by just going out of the borders. So that is a very legitimate concern that our small businesses have raised. And then I also want to note this, that I don't know if we can do anything in this conversation But one piece of data that really stood out to me when I was looking at the suicide deaths, we have a major issue outside of this conversation here that I hope we can someday, we are addressing it as a mental health issue, but that was shocking to me to see just how many other methods of suicide there were. So, okay, but I appreciate this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other second round comments from council? All right then, Ms. Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And as I mentioned, our plan right now is to bring these ordinance back for first reading in council business. So they wouldn't be on consent on November 29th. Sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers and Ms. Thiemann and Director Balling and Deputy Director Fettisville and all of our police department that showed up and our citizens who stay engaged. That concludes the agenda items for this evening's session. There being no